So, Bobby Mofunge, we are just waiting for a number of people to come in, and let's check to see which branches they have come from, so that we know whether most of the branches are represented.
But from what I see, most of the people in the meeting are from the US.
Yes, so that's why we are waiting. I'll just give him some information, which we spoke with Dr. Leonard. So we're just waiting for a good number of people to be in from 10 upwards. Then we check to see which branches are represented. Then we know when to start.
I think that we can make an announcement that you could modify your this thing. Say Ignatius will put US, so that.
Yes, yeah, okay, yeah, that is fine. Hopefully, many people will be able to do that.
If we make that announcement, so that people can now go to where they were.
Well, the thing is that when people come, when many people are there, we can then tell them to do.
Okay.
Because we can't make an announcement to those who are not here.
Let's see. Let me try. I'll play the music, but I'll try to do something from this end.
Yeah.
This powerful $99 drone is now available in the US. This is an extremely high-tech 5.
Yeah, I hope they are not really meeting. Tinggal juga kok sebenarnya di terlibat.
Yes, Sister Pri. Yes, you were asking how to log in with your name or something. All right, that's fixed already. I see you coming in now.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying because they said they should put name and put where you come from.
Yes.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, that works. I have seen you coming in. That's good. I was just calling to see if I could direct you if they were not, if you wanted. But,
Okay.
all right. All right, bye. Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Ndio hiyo na mabira kona na hiyo nguo.
Ayun wa biru na comfortable. That should be comfort.
I think that if we reach 20, we should start at least.
Yeah, we're just waiting. I was just waiting for that number.
With that 14, we have at least we have a cross section. We have you from Europe, from back home, USA. So look at the 3 poles. One important pole is from the Middle East. We could get somebody from the Middle East, from South Africa. Then it would have been completed.
I said, "Bona here, what is this? Who is going out like that again?" We're already 15 or so. 2 have gone out.
Why this thing? You cannot invite except through email and only through email.
Well, I don't think that.
I don't know a lot of.
There is somebody Oppo. I don't know whether a person has I don't know who the person is. A person has signed in twice, or are they 2 different people?
There is Opopo A725G and Opopo Renault. Maybe that Opopo is Sylvester Tekwana.
Okay, make it put the name, please. Yes, I think first we can start it. Let's just give a bit of time to 20 to 30 in 2 minutes. I think.
Okay.
Commission work gawale.
Yeah, Commissaire Division, his hand is up.
Yes.
I
Commission
don't
work
think he wants
gawale.
to talk. He ain't got a microphone, go get it, come on honorable. So there's no way he will talk.
Yes, that's the thing. I don't know whether he's hearing. Ngo gave video more maybe he should log out and then log in again. Would the million number commissaires ongo gango kun audio go come on board gave money video go come on board, but I don't know whether if he has his audio on, we may hear.
Commissaire just want to be muted.
Yesterday, at the Munich Security Conference, Ukraine's president called on Western leaders to impose sanctions before any takes place.
May his chat message you can go quick audio come on board.
The microphone is unmuted.
Okay.
Nedwa. Go muted. And then
Mute, talk now.
Hello,
yes.
where's Zongu?
Yeah, listen, when I'm muted.
Okay. Technology, technology covered. My daughter was trying to get me through.
Okay.
Mhm.
Uh,
I can see CD Anago. I can see Dr. Leonard.
Come on, Zongo.
Okay, me he's aware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slide here, say all the people.
Okay, yeah.
Put it back with people that are talking. You guys on midnight. Toshi.
No, but what have you muted?
No, it's not muted. If you want to mute, you please for mute. It's not muted.
Amayu, come on, Zongo.
Tomim.
Yeah. What Tabonga, what is Zongo?
Maybe so. Well.
I think that we can start the meeting.
Just a bit more patience, enough.
I think that with 18 members
Stop
on
the
the
music.
phone
Maybe
section.
people want to acquaint before.
Umbu John,
the
I
meeting
can
starts.
see you. Okay. I can see you. Tommy.
Yeah.
Okay, me somewhere.
Okay.
Somewhere. Their lighting was poor. I can see you now clearly. Okay, yellow jacket now.
You know, the mask now more for yes. More for yes.
Okay.
The mask, yes.
So, Mr. President. So.
Greetings to everyone. This is Eric Ashianong from Dubai.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, better.
Okay, Eric, you better.
Mogamandoro, my governor of US.
Yeah, better, President.
Yeah, better.
Welcome, guys.
So, boss, I blame more commander boy you call. I'm going to be his English.
Yeah, better.
Yeah, better.
So, Marky, it's just appeal. Abbreviation yinga and get information be a screen gakwe. Oh, nako one ni identify more. The document the man name going get afuye ngome zenga botting there on the screen. The banin ne ke branches share represented nenga. So the information will know he was on the screen. Welcome to the SADECA General Assembly meeting. Please log in with your name and location on the globe. So it example, otolio nege tokumo to nene to kirikungo to nega na wasabli then USA. So abube linge, please, it's good to linge botinga to ne akwabomis in the densango klada. So okay to hango klada from agenda where I'm saying na ke just taraga ku we kwambre hizi anchunchwa and mo ke the first point in agenda to get angry. So no angochi would randomly coward emani opt it's angry would am I inspired? Yes, what's angry. So no agenda only to me linga so kid tarot I'm going go ahead in a baze. Would am I inspired? It's angry come chill nga
Mr. Walters, I think that can we, is that agenda adopted?
I mean, let's just do the prayer and then we'll come to that one, because at least everyone will have to be the prayer first. Then from there we can talk. I was actually coming to that point.
Sylvia's hands, Sylvia's raising a hand. I think she's open to that.
So okay, Sylvia, Mekamazo, Ebobe Malangwame optic Ngwangota, and then you can unmute yourself and then it's angry. Okay, Sylvia, to Ajuru. It's angry.
Okay, make a be bobu kwa.
Yeah,
Angry. Ate yangwe mbie berewe anjia nchoino. Ngwa hile mbie gadangwe. Akwa kwa impu game bobe bofan ngobye manno na akwa tena te ya ngwe hilega kumbie bumangwe ancho uno ezi gabwa ye mango lengwe mbie matebengete mbie bombie higada abode ekizi ebote ya ngwe mbie binge gakungazi inde ajwere nje mbie gabwa nintara mwa no agama bwebu maganintra mwa ni mille edu fotan fie gabwa inombo denge mbisa mere mitri inon chonge abuan choncho shi glifon we mango lengwe mbingo mbingate ya ongwe lega kwa body biewe maki connect nge ango maziza yenjinyi le yenjitira ngo nyi fondo bodenge mbie gabwa anchoncho ajwere ngwe ajwere nje mangu matia yenjindie bodenge mbie gabwa abwan naranchoncho abe asabli asateben choncho enikumungwe Yesu Kristo. Amen.
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 Be better way, Sylvia. So be better way, very well in English. So kids sango adopt agenda. Malcolm just say that we meetings not ma ninjutsono to are late already. We share 42 minutes, almost 1 hour late. So Mark just introduced the meeting, but not so better. Anao Leonard, Ngome host meetings, you know. So resolve the screen nige akumunge ngona host, so ngo liangoni co-host. So so berengo go yukwa budima domo tema domo bongo berengo. Then the Tarandito Makega, because President Mane ESCO, on behalf of the ESCO President, is Sakorona came on a moderate meetings, you know. So my response, I was happy and honored to moderate the meeting. And here was on my meeting. So to start officially, we already proposing to adopt agenda uno, zone screen no. To rate and to adopt. What is Sereninga and Malat Mangole will then give the modalities how the meeting will run. Let's take not more than 2 minutes to adopt this agenda here. Would Makega unmute yourself?
Only Bodiga. Mulanya Bodiga agenda.
Okay. That's Golof now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the Brangon, it's almost the best and trouble, so I will not be speaking long. I just wanted to suggest that more possible we should talk about the current situation that is going on. We should find a place and put it on the agenda. Sabri is the seat of the Fondon. Aboye Amaglab Benge, Multi Sabri Mango develop. We have to always consider what is happening around us, especially in the village. Because whatever thing happens in Sabri happens in the village. We lead the way. So there's a problem going on, and we cannot afford not to talk about it in this meeting. Because if we put it under the table, it will explode. And when it explodes, it will be difficult for us to handle. So I'm suggesting that there should be an agenda item for us to discuss that, the current situation going on, where videos are flying all over the internet threatening people.
Okay. Ponjeshi go through. The market just press the man, just communication because there are certain things which I'll say before an item which got the president they bought a Gany Kaude ISCO.
No, Mr. Coordinator, I think that we should just put the points. Mr. Golomba has suggested that they should.
Sorry for stopping you. I just wanted, because I actually wanted to propose that we can put it on matters arising, but I thought that the president should say something about it before maybe we make comments, if you don't mind.
Yes, okay.
Can I say something, Mr. Moderator? Somebody has proposed an item. Should we abide to it or not? If we abide to it, we put it in this thing. Why asking the president about it? When time comes for the president to talk about it, he will talk.
Yes.
So we're already discussing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just said so because it's a likely chance that it's easy for it to be done because they might have thought of it with this ESCO and probably had a reason why they should.
If you thought of it, we would have put it on. It's somebody's suggestion. We are now still on the agenda. So you are dragging people and making repetition all that.
Mr. Host.
All right, so
no, I was just saying that we should, what Mr. Magolo had proposed, we should don't put it as other matters. Then that's why I propose that we'll put it as an agenda point as other matters.
Okay. Yes, that was my thought. As I said, I thought I should propose the president. So if everybody knows how to raise the hand on this, you raise your hand, then we just put it under other matters. So
hello, see your voice. stop it, please. Just let it because it's weekend so that you don't have any. They take him. It's better you take him.
Okay, no problem. Put it under other matters.
Okay. All right. What's the laboratory Ghana agenda before we officially start it? Okay, I will take that. The silence means nobody has anything to talk about. So, go to our agenda officially, and I just want to lay out these modalities. But in the meeting was not done. It's 1 minute. So we are estimating that this meeting should take not more than 3 hours. If we can take less than 3 hours, that would be fantastic. And as we are working now, I put the nowhere at any time for security reasons. We may once in a while call up somebody to identify themselves. For example, Mehizo, 112233 Galaxy, anybody could pop into a meeting and do any kind of thing, get information. So then GMA get information they got a track the kumu, but in now that is just for security reasons. So we can look at somewhere in the meeting. Just a meeting have the number web. Then please
making a woman in the Kirukunga.
Okay, go to participant. You go to the list of participants, you click on your name, then they will say that modify. So you will just say what your name is appearing. You can just add every family by major or by member.
Correct,
You are correct.
Okay,
all right.
No, Tembe Amaye should include the branch where he is from. That is what we're saying. So you say Tembe Amaye Bamenda or Tembe Amaye Boya. So that's why we expect every member should do. Yeah.
Come and do this thing for me.
All right. Then while Boma Blelinge, Makijos Merega modalities motivate zone and please, I appeal the Kumala, I mean a flower would I just appeal que boy should mute themselves. And then Woma Gange should go straight to the point. So you just go straight to the point so that whenever anybody wants to talk, they would also have opportunity to say something. Then when they got to a pidgin, or you are mixing the languages, feel free to do that because we want your point to be understood. Then, very important, Tunangoga strictly about Abwa Sabri issues only. Another to any topic here, a man not related, what not related. What marking the point is that point not related to Sabri, even though it may be outside, will give the prerogative to the executive to decide whether that point should be discussed. And then probably they would give boundary conditions on how it can be connected to the issue, the relevant issue which we are talking in this meeting. Outside, which are not related for this particular meeting, related to some other meetings. And then, please, again, we are appealing that when you are passing your point, we are just appealing that try to be respectful, be polite, and decent. Because to be laid values, we really want these values to be promoted and we demonstrate them by action and practice the way we talk in our meeting. So that's an appeal, a real appeal that let's try to be to the point, decent, polite, respectful of everybody's opinion. So it's a person's opinion. Then after discussion, because we have discussion, people will bring up their points, and then there will be a resolution. Maybe, Amala, if the resolution does not favor you, it's probably because they have taken the majority. We are just appealing that you will just have to accept it that way. We work with it that way because it's majority. So with that said, it is not good that somebody is muted for the whole meeting because the person is interrupting too much. That's what we think of doing in order to make sure that we run the meeting smoothly. So it's just an appeal, a real appeal. So
let me just say this, New Waters. Yes, we understand that Zoom is not something we're working with every day in our day-to-day lives. So there are many people here who are not very comfortable with Zoom, or just because you don't use it all the time, you might have to fidget here and there to find the various buttons. But I wanted to say that just so we have a smooth meeting, if there is background noise coming from your end, I will mute you. And this will be out of respect, not disrespect, okay? So when I mute you, take it easy. When you have to speak, please go ahead and unmute yourself. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go fully into the official beginning of the agenda after the prayer. So to our computer following the agenda, so I'm going to what President's opening word.
Okay, so moderator, thanks for giving me the floor.
You have the president.
Okay. Well, Gerangu, Gake, so Gerawu, some of our Enjo. And then before we know, some more ga, Mazofarabo. Gerama ga, what a sably. I bear a 2 years ago, I bear bone, so big lazy. I won't get. Meneke and June 2000. I will national or general meeting SADECA. So June 2000, you branch off. I think it's something like getting to 18 months. 18 months. And during these 18 months, Zutia, so one day SADECA was okay. So he for a so he for a especially in the agenda with Kara, me chiga ke development agenda was me getting so he for a she advanced steadily. And so when
Is there leeway? Are we there?
Hello? Yeah, so Managake to him for a Buagwade. And just to recall, I want to know Karano. Secretary, the General Secretary posted a message in a General SADECA ESCO. My Gamari boss sabli for New Year. Get my better boss sabli enough. Especially Ngobia he already combined contributor kept Gake to class after what is Undogo. Even in a New Year message, as Commissar saying I get better, even individual efforts. Be boss sabli ebe fue go brand Undobo. Yama kwede bond Undo. Ma liango more happy. It's more in Undo asabi. So message no where and a general message was okay, but we quite get a kid I will escort ma appreciate the SADECans all over. Because meeting no, you are very, very clear. Magakina already 18 months with a good meeting. I will not get Anjan so some of the work to him go but Jiringo Burene, go Burawe, Yami Jirina Yeze. A difficulty here to me, confront, and then to get kidding. What is the way forward, especially to overcome our challenges? And most important, so Kirigaki, I know Sakarano to discuss. Upward to get it for an get better, but in get to help for so my for in a Jumwa. Get my jire, but we come in neck and no one want to get a friend going. So Any meeting and show. We work up on a guy to work. Katie, concur boy to work for and no one get discuss. I want to mango a fight. Gake meeting jiran choncho. Ewote gake on moderator Ghana man the host. So we're getting more very, very constructive, especially now yes, we're gonna intervene. Get my organize, get my gajuru. Yes, juru go away. So no what trouble. So we link to phone a year now. So it's one meeting going more very, very productive. And I boy some go conclude we looking at boy to get gay Tarasafwe. Okay, I am going the results that we anticipate. So I want already hear my message is sir. The boss service the work this Mongo ma Gane this opening was very well. Only just got I want to hear to all the purpose of the meeting. He welcome to form a clear discussion and meeting. On this note, Mone got moderator okay. A clear and also to need for discussion go on the meeting. Maybe Barangon.
Thank you very much, President. Well, in fact, very concise. So I'm going to go straight away. I think through agenda on that. So, but we so she already gave other matters. So when we leave what's there, so we have gotten jingle way to go straight on to the activities and the financial report 2021.
We can't see the screens here.
That?
Yeah, we are getting the voice, but we can't get the screen. We have a problem.
If you are on your cell phone, you should swipe left or right until you get to where you would see the people displayed on the screen.
Once we get the people displayed, we don't hear the voice.
Yes, I don't think that's anything that we can help with at this end.
Yeah,
no, we
to figure out from your device.
We're listening.
Okay, so Mr. President, should I bring up the presentation then?
Okay, so put out the presentation, the activity and financial report. Just put it on so that we move on. Okay, so boss Habi is cool, and in a whole small presentation where my activity report, my financial report, SADECA since June 2020, Ibwere and so Nengomuango rapidly present. Let's go to the next slide. Well, so can I get sadly the in Dwago na Fusama Ganga, but the only no near sadly. Most look at picture and just a partial view. Now to get one Dwago and doing double. What is so hard development here, we should be focused. So this is just a partial view. There's a second view. So let's go to the second view. Of course, Bobby Evans having a naked go back in Moga mode, go Yaraway Club, and so on. So to form it. Okay, in a 1 year, summarily for I want credit SADECA again. The first thing that we did was that we sensitized Sabri people on the creation of this SADECA General. And after that, we mobilized operational funds via through membership registration. And in the at the third place there, we put in place the basic documentation and the management tools that we use to do our work. We follow up by opening a bank account in which we put in which we bank the association's resources. And then we carry out the study of the water supply project. And it's good to recall that based on our priority list, the water supply was #1, and we just had to attach the church ceiling to it. So the water project was #1 according to the priority list. And after that, we did mobilize funds. We carried out a fundraiser for our first project, which of course we had the church ceiling to complete, and then our water project. And to say it, actually, the activity we actually carried out physically on the ground was that we completed the ceiling of the church project. In a nutshell, these are the main activities that we carried out, and I would like us to look at them in detail. Next slide, please. Now, let's talk about the sensitization. You know that this sensitization was done first on this, our SADECA General WhatsApp forum. And then the rest was to be carried out by the different coordinations at their different levels. So we will, later on, I think we will come back to this and actually say how far it went. And when we'll be looking at membership and participation, we'll now be able to judge how far we have gone with this sensitization. Next slide, please. Well, concerning the registration, I think we have shared this information before. If you see in our register, it shows that we have a total of 162 persons who have registered in SADECA and paid registration. 50 of them from the Northwest West Coordination, 38 from Southwest Littoral, 13 from Center, Southeast, Grand North. USA, we have 52, Europe, 6, Middle East Asia, 3. Next slide, next slide. And if you, in terms of what we raise in this membership drive registration, you will see those are the various amounts according to the different coordinations. We can say that the total that we mobilized for membership registration was 1,017,800 francs, as you see there. Next slide, please. After the registration, of course, as I said, we put in place the basic documentation and some management tools for the association. And what we were able to do is that we actually took the constitution that was submitted by the commission that was in charge. We tried to redo it, organize it a little bit, and then we printed some copies, which have been distributed to some coordinations. I know it has reached USA, North America, it has reached Yaoundé, Southwest Littoral, Bamenda, that's Northwest West. We have not sent to Europe, and we have not yet sent to Middle East Asia. We also did some receipt booklets. And these receipt booklets, we have also circulated to these places that I've mentioned, pending Europe and Asia. We also bought some record books for the financial secretary, the treasurer, and the president. And we designed the SADECA logo, which you see on most of the documents that we use now. I think that logo was presented once on the general forum. And then we also produce some cash requisition forms that we use out to give out for people who want to request money for various activities of the association. The next slide, please. Concerning the bank accounts, said we opened a bank account. Our choice was a credit union because in Bamenda, where we are, that's the financial institutions that we operate with a lot of confidence in this part of the world. So we selected, after consultation, the Telecom Credit Union, and that's where our account is lodged. We also obtained an attestation of account with a SWIFT code, which we also posted on the general forum, that anybody who wanted to send money even into that account will use that account number with the SWIFT code, and when the money will get into the account. Generally, if some persons, anytime that you want that account, you can always request, and we will direct it to you. And you'll see that the signatories to that account, we have the President General, the Treasurer, and the Financial Secretary. You will recall that the Treasurer, the President and the Treasurer are in Bamenda, and the Financial Secretary is from Yaoundé. So in the name of Tekwana Julius. Okay, next slide. After this, we carry out a study of our first project, because you know that if you really want to do a project, for it to succeed, the background, the studies must be well done to better situate you, so that when you're working, you work with confidence, and you know exactly what you want to do. So we discussed the project committee. We look for a specialist, a technician who went down and look at Sabri, the water sources, the existing catchments, and then made an estimate or made a study report of our water project. That report was presented on the general forum. I think many people, and the smart people who like to keep documentation, certainly pick that document and file it somewhere. So the copies are there. We can always repost them if anybody would like to look at it again. It's good to see that the total amount for the project, that's to build a catchment, extend the pipeline, maintain structures along the pipeline. The total cost there is 17,786,000 francs. And the main components being the, as I say, the catchment, the tank, pipeline, and then the stand taps. The next slide. After that, we went to mobilize funds. We started the fundraiser, and the fundraiser for our privatized first project, the church ceiling and the water. And here the ESCO of SADECA General organized and launched the fundraiser, which was done. And the launching was the first step. And then after the launching, we actually said that the rest of the fundraising was going to go down to be coordinated at a level of different coordinations. Because for the launching, we had in mind that we selected some persons who will do the launching, and then that will serve as a booster for the other people to follow. Then we move to the broad base that we've done at the level of the coordinations. We will still talk a little bit about this, but what is important is to note that the total amount that we raised for the fundraising for the project was 6,553,100 francs CFA. I would like us to look at the participation. First, percentage participation of the registered members in the fundraiser. because it will guide us when we'll be discussing about the strategies to mobilize funds. Let's see, as you heard, we had 162 registered members. And when we organize the launching, we see there the participation in the launching. You will see the figures against the different coordinations. And we see that the total members who participated in the launching were 55. And we continue with the broad base. Of course, this broad base actually was, we saw that it was done in two major coordinations, Northwest, and you see that the center, southeast, and north. Those were the ones that actually continue with the broad base. And we had 19 members who then came in during the broad base. And you see that we have a total of 74 members who have participated in the fundraising. And if you compare that to the total registered number of SADECans, 162, you'll see that so far only 45.4% of registered members actually participated in the fundraising. So it would tell us that we have a lot to do. The money is still small, and we'll see that, first of all, we didn't get up to half of the registered members who participated in the fundraising. Next slide, please. Now, what we actually did on the ground last year in 2021, practically, is that we did the church ceiling. You will recall that the church ceiling started, I think, with the support that Dr. Leonard got from, they call it Beaufort Presbyterian Church. That he first got some 500,000 and 550,000 and sent to Sabri, and they started a small part of the ceiling. And when we had the SADECA general meeting, we decided that we will have to complete that ceiling. And as we mobilize our resources, before even we started the fundraising, I think Dr. Leonard still came in from Beaufort Presbyterian Church with a sum of additional sum of 788,400 francs. So when this money came in, he even came before we did the fundraising. But we said that let's better keep it, do our fundraising so that we just stop the money and complete the church ceiling. And effectively, that is what we did. We just kept that money. Then when we finished the fundraising, we, as you see from there, we took out, SADECA provided 917,100 francs to add to 788,400. And with that, the church ceiling was completed. Next slide, please. Well, we say it's good that you take a look at that church ceiling. I think these photos were posted sometime when we wrote a specific report on the church ceiling project. So that is it. The population and the people of Sabri, the church, was very, very happy, and feeling very, very fine in their new look church house. Next slide, please. Now, we're finished with the activities. Allow us to look at our balance sheet, financial balance sheet. This balance sheet, if you see it, is giving us a description of the number of activities. And then we have all the income sources there, which we have there. First, registration, we have grants, then the fundraiser, and then bank interest. And if you look under for registration, you'll see that the total amount that we mobilized for registration, we had 1,027,800. The grants which came from Beaufort Presbyterian Church through Dr. Leonard, we have 788,400. Then for the fundraiser, if we look at the two entries, we have the first of all the grand launching, which will give us 6,148,100, and later the broad base, which brought in 405,000. And if you add the two, you see that the total for the fundraiser for our project was 6,553,100. This money, you know that all our money was kept in our credit union account. And you see that early this year, I requested the treasurer to update our interest. And you see the money we put in that account generated an interest of 271,910 francs. So if you add all the income, you will see that all our income sums up to 8,641,210 francs. For the expenses, on the side of expenses, we have the items there. We registration. I mean, opening of bank account. Please, where we have description, you go back to the line under description. We see that opening of bank account, we spend 57,500 francs. And then to obtain an attestation of bank account, we paid 2,500 francs. For our documentation, which means printing the constitution, printing the receipts, and all of that, we spent 117,500 francs. Studies of the water project costed 265,000 francs. The church ceiling completion, we spent 1,705,500. Then charges for money transfer. When the treasurer receives money through mobile money, for him to cash it and put in the account, there are charges that are taken off. So all the charges for the money that were transferred to him stood at 12,920 francs. So all our expenditures so far, we have 2,160,920 francs. And if you subtract the expenditure from the total income, you'll see that we have a balance of 6 million. There is something here disturbing, I don't see. 6 million. Can you read that figure for me?
6,480,290 francs.
Okay, so that is the balance that it's in the account. And if you pick the bank book, you will just see that amount standing against the SADECA as income in the account. So next slide, please. Now, we just want to say that that money that is in our balance in the account, we like to always have it in budget heads. Because it's good we look at our money always in budget heads. So for that 6 million something francs that is in the account, for that money, 850,300, it's under the head for registration. Then you have 271,910 under the head interest, and for project funds, we have 5,358,080 francs. So far, what are our challenges? If you see what we have summarized here as our challenges, the first one is our challenge actually is how to attain a sufficient sensitization and mobilization of SADECans in the different jurisdictions. Because if we look at the number that we have as registered, and you will see that we still have a lot more persons who are there who are not even registered. So that's our greatest challenge, to get them on board and to join us so that we move on with our development agenda for our quarter. And also, we believe that one of our challenge is to mobilize at least over 80% of SADECans. Because we may not think, we will never reach 100%, but we should say to mobilize even up to 80% to participate in the ongoing fundraiser. And also, what we look as another challenge is how to have a rapid and more targeted execution of actions at the level of the coordination. So we mean that once we agreed on something to do, it should happen at the level of our coordination with the same tempo or the same enthusiasm. It should happen in an organized way. So those are the challenges that I think we have. If we were able to meet up with these challenges, I think things will move much more better. And then we can be sure that we'll be able to bring everybody on board, raise the required funds that we need for our projects which we have planned. Next slide, please. I would like to end this little presentation by proposing what we want to do in this 2022. We think that for this 2022, we should continue with the sensitization and registration of new members. And we think that all the coordinations must make an effort to do this. We should continue with the broad-based fundraising for our project, which is the water project for now. Put in place other strategies to raise funds. Commence the execution of the, when I say second project, we're just saying that if the seeding was considered a project, then the second project now is water, or the second thing that we're going to do. And we're just still suggesting that our second project should be the water project, because I still talk, when we started talking about electricity, I called the letter of the quarterhead came and I really asked him that originally they have given us a ranking. We did even together with them. He still really told us that the water issue is still a big problem because the existing sources of water, are not what we call potable water. They are just water canalized into the pipeline that does not go through filtration, sedimentation, and the way they condition water that is potable. And it's just water that sometimes runoff gets into the the pipeline and so on. And you know that that is not potable water. It's water that when the population is drinking that water, you will certainly see them suffering from waterborne diseases. And we also think that we should proceed with the registration of the association, which is still in process. It's not complete, but we have initiated it. It's still in process. We'll try to go and finally complete the registration of the association. And lastly, we think that while if we are concentrating on the water project, we should already conduct studies for the next project, which is electricity project. And in this case, we really want to do an elaborate study because electricity is just not something that we can do easily like any other project. It's something that is a little bit tricky and also slightly more expensive. Next slide, please. So I think that's the end of our presentation. I want to thank you very much for your keen attention. And if there are any questions, then worries, then we, the ESCO, will then clarify, and then we can move on to discussions. Over to you, moderator.
So, President Benewe, on behalf of SADECans, those present and those not present, I want to register my first motion of appreciation in the career executive make game of one. So Mojuku now president getting good gange Mojuku. The next point we might discuss is actually the next point on the agenda, discussion of the report. So now target we are appealing that would market Gabon. Just be to the point, please. Nga already to go very smoothly, which is really good. So would Amake Gabody, you raise your hand, then they will ask you to unmute yourself and then you talk. And thank you already again. Everybody, I was just watching, everybody was muted and listening. So that was a very good process that we are already following. So Boshi received bomb little if so we are taking Golof first. So if you can unmute yourself, Golof, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and the President General for that report. That really speaks to the spirit that we want, and we're grateful that you were able to present what you just did. But on the part of, I want to be, my question is, I want to be more specific on certain things so that the reason I'm asking that question is so that others too can be mobilized to follow the example of where we've registered some success. I want to know, I'd like to know, I know for registration, US paid in, out of the 820 something, US paid in 592. And I want to know for the fundraiser, how much was the figure that came from the United States?
Where I may not have that in my head, but I know that but I can give you approximate figures, because I'm giving from my head. I'm not looking from a document.
That's fine. The treasurer is here. If the treasurer can intervene, then that will be fine. It may be approximate. That's okay.
Yes, I know that for US, for the fundraiser, they gave us, I think it was 4.3 million something.
Yes.
Yes, 4.3 million something. For the registration, I think it was 592. I don't have that detail in my head, but you know that we have been sharing that information many times.
Yes.
Because if I have to look for it, I must go into my files to really get the exact figures.
Yes, it's 592, Mr. President General. Thank you.
Yeah.
You don't need to belabor it. So why do I say that is because it's important that people know that when we launch a project, it's our project. It's all of us and not just some coordinations. So thank you. I just wanted to highlight that. I'll speak more to this when I give my own report.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Godlove. In fact, you have been very, very concise and just to the point. Then we take the next person, Vincent. I know. Unmute yourself, Vincent, and talk.
Yeah, boss, I've been Gamandon. Brozongu.
Yes, you are very well.
Very good. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, President General. Just in line with what I wanted to say goes falls on the same pathway with what Golov just said. And I was suggesting that after this meeting, let us be able to break all these amounts to the different branches so that each branch can know how much they contributed, who are those who contributed in their branches, and who do those registers, so that the other members, because we still have a lot of potential members who have not represented themselves here. I'm in the report, no, President General has already born. I get motivated one is a queen with Sanjide, Sisa Cross and Gombe, Nantono, and go touch you. So the Bongo Mako Gafana, and Marin a report on your let us be able to, down the line, they should break it so that the different branches will be able to have those who contributed their registration and contribution. So we, in our own different chapter meetings, we can again talk on this and see those members who have not yet responded to come also and join the bandwagon so that we move our quarter ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vince.
Okay,
you have actually said the example. Go on, yes, go on, President, sorry.
Yeah, actually, all that information is available. Even this report that we have presented is just an extract of our report for 2022. That's the association's report for 2021. And inside, all the details of contributions, name by name, they are there. So we will extract that and we will still send them. But we only plead that when we send, let the branches take it. Somebody at a level of each branch should be assigned to take all the information that we post and keep so that you can always share at the level of your branch. Yeah, because all this information you are requesting, when we did the fundraiser, we had an elaborate, we published everything name by name, who contributed how much and by the different coordinations. So we are just praying that if you don't take and keep, you will always ask for the same information all over and over again. So like somebody has put this is what we did. It's name by name. It's a whole document, name by name, right to the end. For everybody who has contributed a franc, the registration is there. What you contributed fundraising is there until name by name for everybody. So it is there. We will still share that document so that everybody will be able to again look at it and exploit it.
Okay, President should respond. And in fact, now to Gange, this should be a never again generation, which is actually being demonstrated practically. The nations.
Yeah, I also wish to express my thanks for the President General for the wonderful presentation that he has done. I just have some comments to make as regards the presentation. For the church project, I think that for me, SADECA over-intervened in the church project, meaning that the Sabi people have started a church project. And I think that to empower the church, the people of the church, who they have their building committee and the project committee, they should tell us what they want to do. We get the funds and hand it directly to them. Then they go on with the execution of the project. Let SADECA not involve herself in executing the project as we did. If it could be done that way, the better for, I think that is better. Then for the account open with the credit union, Tarico Credit Union, I will keep on pleading with SADECA that we had a World Credit Union, and that credit union has sponsored, I can bet you, a lot of us from Go. Our parents were banking on that credit union and they sponsored some of us. Unfortunately, there was some financial mishap along the way, but I think that that credit union still exists. And for me, as a sense of nationalism, any project that we want to do that we want to talk with the bank account, I think that we should still go to that our Ngo Credit Union. We have competent Ngo people now who can manage that credit union, and then it will stand. Example like we have what we call Bambili Credit Union in Bambili, and that credit union is mostly Bambili people, and that credit union could borrow up to 200 million to give to indigenous Bambili people to do project with. So I will claim our indulgence that we should look into that account and see if we could make it in the World Credit Union. Then for the mobilization of funds, I would say that I will apologize to the group that I had emphasized that I will make my contribution when an account has been opened and the account number made available to members, whereby we can directly deposit our money and get the receipt and present the receipt to our SADECA official. I have not done that because I don't think I had access to that account. So I think that when we are doing the next fundraising, or we are relaunching the fundraising, it is good at every time that, or every branch that they are doing the fundraising, they should make available that account number so that members can directly respond through that account, so that if they have their own development money, they can send it directly to the account. Then last but not the least, I also think that it might not be too demanding if we SADECANs, we SABI, we create our website. If we create our website, we know that every SABI member all over the world can get access to that website without even having any branch around, so that you can log in as a SABRI member, as a member from SABRI, and even make your payments or your contribution for development in it. Because you know that people are already getting burned out in having meetings where they have to ask them to contribute. But if we have our website whereby you could go into it and then see all the projects that are there, then, and the means of contributing, you can do so. I think that we have already competent people, members from SABRI, who can go to create that account. And I think that we can spend some money to create that website, and it will be good for SABRI in these modern days. A year.
President.
Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Tekwana, so I got your points. Let's talk about the opening an account within World Credit Union. At the time that we were about to open this account, that was an option. But that was an option. And we have to assess, because we are an association, we'll be dealing with certain things like checks, check booklets, and a certain level of development. I mean, especially in the banking area. Our assessment of the World Credit Union, which had just moved temporarily to Bamenda at that time, they didn't meet the basic, maybe what we were looking for in terms of banking money with them and working successfully, especially the way we want to function, using checks and so on. But we can assure you that if this credit union, we had just moved to Bamenda, or which is operating now from Bamenda, because one of the key things that they have not really had an office. They were operating somewhere that one of Ngwacha, who is working with the credit CAMQ, giving them a small place in there, his own office to operate. When this credit union will be well seated, I know that it can, we as individuals, we can open our accounts there to boost the credit union. But when it comes to group funds, group association money, that we must secure, because that time you have questions, where you are creating an account, you have questions to answer to the group like this one if something gets wrong. So you must take precaution. The ESCO must take precaution where it will put this account. At that time, World Credit Union did not meet our requirements at that time. But when it will meet, I think that we will gladly open an account within World Credit Union once we are sure that we can comfortably work with them. Then, of course, the bank account, the account that we have, you can transfer money into that account. But we just want to tell you that, you know, here in Cameroon, our banking system may not function the way your own function that way. When you send money in an account, sometimes somebody must displace himself or herself to follow the money through the channel into the account. And that demands additional time. So we're just pleading that it is easier for us and working together to first of all gather the money at the level of each coordination. And then the coordination, if it desires, it can transfer the money direct into the account. In that case, we have just one case, one transfer to follow up into the account. But we will have to say everybody will function that way. It was not going to help us. And you know that there are some areas where people even gather their money bit by bit. And people may not have time individually to go to direct money into account. So we'll just say that, however, the account number is there. If somebody so desires only to send it directly to the account, we'll give that option. But we just have to know that it will need a treasurer to have time again to go try to always check and see that the money has gone into the account to give feedback and so forth. So we'll always circulate the account. The account, we had published it one time on the general forum. We'll publish it each time that we're doing the fundraising. The idea of website, I think, is a good idea. I think that if the rest of the people buy it, we can already put it as one of the activities that we should carry out. We'll go ahead and ask some of our members who are knowledgeable in that domain to kind of tell us what it entails to create a website. So I think for Mr. Tekwanan's intervention, that is what I have to say, moderator.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Ignatius, for that powerful intervention, and President Mujukwu will answer detailedly, because I know that when you mentioned the bank, you said it's a sweep code, which is one that you can transfer money even from anywhere, from any bank to that bank. And then enable a website. I think it's a very, very good thing, also because Malamile, we can also use that website to get the external community to know about SADECA, and they can support us, not necessarily that we somewhere else we can donate or we can contribute through that site. It would help us enough. So I'm just saying this because I'm also supporting that idea of the website. So now, President Ganga, and I really think I would encourage people to support that idea. I'm just trying to say so, and so that people who also have an idea in doing it, we can form a team of people who know what to do, so that they can study and then tell us what needs to be done. Because when you want to have a website, you have to get a host and a couple of other things. Then again, President Gwagabwadi, I personally am really very pleased with the answer you gave, that the World Credit Union did not satisfy the condition, and that you have to give an account to a group like this. So you just have to play safe, especially now to make sure and doing things in a very smooth way. Now, if anything happens, and then we start saying, oh, this is what failed, we cannot do this. But to me, I'm really very, very appreciative. I'm so happy that you played safe with how to open the bank account. So in the one day because it's discussion time in the report.
My
So
hand
let
is
me
up.
just, I can't see.
My hand is up.
Okay, now where?
Tom, now.
Okay, Tom, yes, you can talk because I didn't see your hand raised here. It's just I'm not seeing the whole screen. Go on, Tom.
Well, boy, the gange man ESCO with their presentation. I was coming in on and off, come off of way. And now tried that at the beginning, Shemana keep biri. When we have an AGM like this, given the statistics that we have, what is the quorum to have a meeting like this? Do we consider anything like a quorum, or we just go ahead, just walking anyway, anyhow, and so on? We just, those who are present, we just go ahead, because that's something that we need to consider, and then maybe in subsequent ones, we should know how to handle some of these issues because it matters. It's very important that the quorum should be the one to decide or to agree on certain things and disagree on certain things. However, I know that many people are not able to come on with this Zoom issue. We're just suggesting that the ESCO should make available before time, 1 day or 2 days to the group, their presentation. I don't think it's something which is hidden, their presentation that people can, so that those who can be able to go through, they can go through and send their contributions or their comments through messages or whatever. And maybe some of the comments or some of the proposals will be of great help, because doing it after the meeting will not be very helpful. That's just my suggestion. Without any much ado, I think everything is going on smoothly. Thank you.
Okay, President King was going to respond. Go, Mark, just go very quickly. Nitongwa, are you on? Oh, he can go. So, okay, President,
I'm on.
Oh, okay, fine. Malcolm,
I'm done. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I just wanted you to hear what I'm talking about, what you were talking on Chrome. As I'm going to know, the reason why, one of the reasons we even started late, and at some point, we say, instead of just waiting and waiting, let's see how many people are from the different branches. That is why they even gave that information that people should log in with their names and where they come from, so that we can see how many branches can be represented. Instead of waiting to see the population grow, we should wait to see that the number of branches grow. So that is why they start late. That's just a little bit of an answer to what we talked about with quorum. And President.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, yeah, quorum for a meeting like this, you will know that if we want to set a quorum, it may be a little bit complicated. I mean, complicated, I mean, you may not really be able to set a realistic number because actually this is the only means that we can have a meeting with all the branches participating or all the coordinations participating. This is the only way. And as you rightly said, I mean, based on the opinion of the moderator, one way to look at a quorum is that the branches are represented. like for now, I know that Southwest, they say that due to network, they were trying to get to log in, but it seems network has been a problem with them. So I don't know whether finally Southwest they are participating because they were seated as a group somewhere and they were trying to join the meeting. So I just want to say that we will have this suggestion, we'll reflect on it and know the different ways in which we can hold a meeting and also what we can think should be the quorum. It's something that we will continue to reflect on. But as the moderator suggested, we must always try to see that all the coordination, especially the coordinators are on board, because when the coordinator is there, it is representing the whole coordination. It's one way to look at it. And then the other members. But we have tried. You know that we send messages and even requested that the coordinators to see how they can encourage their members, the members in their coordination to join this meeting. So we try to we'll do a lot more publicity and do a lot more encouragement. But a meeting like this, so long as all the coordinations are there, I think that we can go ahead and deliberate because the coordinators will then take the messages and disseminate. Then we will still continue to reflect other ways of holding meetings. And then it will come and see other ways that we can also integrate. We can integrate and how we can also actually make people participate more. I think we will not relent. Okay.
This is Pa John. Pa John is here. I'm sorry. I have to say something because I'm not in a position for you all to see me and also to stay too long. If somebody can hear me, can you give me that chance?
Okay, yes.
Okay, mo gerangu ga pe meetings on yanyi. And now the samaki ilika ka sabli angom binge mo gerangu ga pe umboro buombu biem broma tebezu chonga wonzra sape. Brosa so kwaye ama fonge nangu bie fingo si nangu bie mo non dundo nangu bie ma be ma ubie ngo zinge panguru gaga pe basable na basable anto me ge to boga ko to fu ba na nono na bon na ye na nono de bon so mo gerangu ka pe e shuno to shuno songono wangombe me geraga ga ka me berendon bro buno ga pe bro ba fa ba yam ko runge the Maz is a report is good, but Bangurga pe me uno magandrono Moazu Abakeke, Mazabakeke, Bermukma Gage Ebu. So Bangurga pe Abobiema Chama Americanoge, Afura Maganminaga America. Kuda, but SADECA North America will lay a big job in their hands. I'm not going for General Forum. And Gola was Zungu. Potrebiama Nongema America Gelson Chucho. Because na America every opportunity lega pay sabu step and our responsibility when the when I would tebe. Because you have one out of Paranovu, Mena Kidi, and go am Nananga Magango, again I'm born America. So Brenega pay in China Bunzon. Rumaf bomb rumaf again ne kama de ga kwa jiran chonchon agreement ala de kinga fu any time she go pa kile ga pe abba jiri so that the table bia hukungo nge ama fu nge anana fu ne ganwa brecho change cho wona gango ade gango to ade gango mbe ade gango nje bezo no ro ampira ba yange chomne ganwa anega pe na jerme ga kuma wa wobo go nyu bwade ga wongwa pe nge wonge mbya nyu bwa tikat wa fere ebo ngui ya mendere bonge wende kama bo wongwa wende alla bo wongwa ya mene fu epidi kwamugre pidi sablen ingem bring zef tam fro na light to pidika pe alle sablen gombinge na ye bo so ne lingebu then aka tebo bia kungo nge kma tsumo tango magera momba bobo so magera ngubo bo this is gauna mbrama no mo ngenyan but mo was obwa and then mo was adi echichu gamanango so mo berangro bobo but someone chuncho gabaya mo kurunge and then Mangili Avenue that was there and the President General and the coordinator wema SADECA North America so someone chuncho mo berango na paano
Okay, on behalf of SADECA and the man no manango bien it for some various reasons. They keep being very sincerely. Gambia, how devoted more. There may probably be not enough time now to thank you as much as we can, but Mojonga Kung, you already know how we feel about your contributions. So anyway, we know that you cannot be going to somewhere foreign and leaving us here.
no Mwangoma Jurongon, but
oh, okay.
Mwangoma, yes, I will be listening. Mwangoma Juru Maka Makidutia Faranzabu, Bogafuya, Mwanga Burkinin, Makidus for security. All right.
All right, yeah, brother. Just
Okay.
very quickly, security check. Now, can be woman my Galaxy A20.
Name.
Okay, good. Then what's the Galaxy A10 starting with 112233 now. We don't have this video.
I cannot attest to that. Tunguna Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy 20.
No, I just wanting to and 112233 Galaxy A10. Please identify yourself. You are.
What has an
okay. Thank you very much. So now we are going just to make sure that then what's the NXN1T1 now where? Oh, he just on you are muted. Unmute yourself, please. Can we get video? Put on your video or you identify yourself, please. NXN1T1. All right. Inga the work kama zubu malam bi data for a while. They will kick you out of the meeting. Inga, we are not sure whether we know who you are. So if you know that we are talking to you, unmute yourself and talk. You have some time to call. Let us know. All right. Then to form we are still talking on the report. Discussing the report, would lay any intervention. Okay.
Waters, I put something in the chat.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to mention that thank you so much, Golof, for reminding this kind of communication. Inga Golof Migefachang would they were to do with the website. Let anybody who has an idea, please just indicate. So you might not indicate now, you might think over it, or you want to indicate now, that's fine. You might not indicate, you can just let the executive know that there's somebody who has an idea to do the website, that kind of a thing. Then would and you think that you want to put it on the chat, please do, because I'll be running between the chat and back to what we are doing. So we are still waiting in the next few seconds. If nobody indicates, we suppose that we would want to move the motion in support of the presentation, then go to the next item. What only what it's time for you to indicate now. Okay, aboard a crate and yes, Atangwa, a minute unmute the guy. Woman, get photo and Jimmy mode Atangwa. Just go on Atangwa, please. Go unmuted. Get microphone J the guy. Oh. Atangwa, a minute. Unmute yourself. Your hand is up. Work it, Gabadi. Okay. We get Bunja try. Maybe you don't want to say anything. Something now. The last maybe. Huh? Yes, Galaxy A10 112233. Nanguwe.
And what has I know?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry. That is what I think I was looking for, the NXN1T1. Sorry, Walters. All right. Maybe there is no, then what they should move a motion for us to support this report and thank the executive for the hard work and everything they've been doing. Okay.
Okay, I move it.
Okay. So, Madam Moderator, but I will support in my place as a member. I will support that motion.
I second it.
Okay, fantastic. So, Ignatius, your hand is up.
Yes, I wanted to intervene differently, but since we are already at the motion, I will just support the motion. Let's move forward. Maybe I might bring my point some later point in the meeting, but I support the motion. It should be adopted.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So next point, Bob, it's on highlight from the coordinator, so from the coordinations. So, President, probably I'll give you the prerogative to call the coordination and let them give us their updates about their coordination the way you want it.
Yeah, I already see North America. I see Yaoundé. I see Europe. I see Middle East Asia. I see Bamenda, Northwest, but I don't know if Mr. Imbu is getting us. I see him on the list of participants. But I seem not to, it seems his connection is not looking regular there. I don't know how our host can judge it. Mr. Ambo, is he connected?
On the phone now.
Okay. Emene Atangwa is now on. He wants to say something. I'm sure that he was out and he has come back in. Emene, you have the floor. Okay. The hand is down again. All right. Kate Nagagano Boba Zo, can I just do one little check? Could Boba Zo Bokeke and Tuncho Abek? It's just a few seconds check. Malabo, you come as Zobot Magande. Can you just unmute yourself? You don't need to say anything. Just unmute yourself. Let me see how many people unmute themselves because they are hearing what we are saying.
Yes, you was welcome.
Yes. I want to see people unmuting themselves.
Yes. CD Anago, we are with you guys.
Fantastic, fantastic. Malongo, unmute. You just signal and then you mute back.
Mute back.
Yes.
Great, 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 great. So at least I Bobishi on mute. Gange, we know that we are. The message is going through to many people.
Everybody are not.
We apologize for that, but it's not something which we can do from our end here. So we are just appealing that if there's something doubt, people are already unmuted and said they are hearing. You can find that from people. Okay, good.
John Bull.
Okay. All right. So Atangwa is really struggling. I'm sure he wants to say something, but he's really struggling and we cannot get hold of him. So we'll just go on. Okay.
What a Sandaga Yaounde.
Oh, okay, that's good. Thank you. All right. So to go form the coordination, the president he just mentioned that at the moment he in a meeting for 1 hour, 12 minutes, 3 seconds. So we are moving on the right path. President, up to you.
North America, we're flying North America.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and for giving me the pride of place. I would have suggested that maybe the people in Bamenda that have problems with network, if we could get them and then come to me when there are problems, that would be fine. But if it's your decision that I take the floor, then that's fine. But I was just wondering because I don't know, what do you think?
Well, the president of Bamenda and Northwest West, Mr. Mbujon, seems, I don't know whether he's getting us.
I think I saw him on the phone.
Mr. Mbujon's mic is not turned on, so he cannot speak to our hearing. I'm not sure if he's hearing us.
Okay. If that's the case,
anyone
then
who has to present, if you want to be projected on the screen, your video has to be turned on.
Okay, do you want me to continue?
Yes, I think you just continue, Mr. Coordinator, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, President General, for giving me the pride of place. And welcome to North America. As you guys know, my name is Godlove, but I've been the SADECA coordinator for North America since 2017. And it's 5 years, and I think that it is getting high time for me and my team to get out so that some other people can take over and continue the wonderful job that we are all striving to do. In any case, before I go further, let me just highlight some of the things that during our period in office, we've been able to do for SADECA, North America. You know, when we took over, it was just at the height of the crisis in Cameroon. And the first thing, no, before the crisis, actually, we raised money, 2.5 million, to rehabilitate the school because the school in Egruke was just terrible. And we raised 2.5 million francs CFA, and we got that done. And the children were able to study, go back and study in a comfortable place. And thank you, Mr. President General, for helping us in that exercise, because you were the one on the ground that helped to pilot the project on our behalf. And then when the crisis broke out, we realized that a lot of Sabri people were suffering and were displaced, but some of them stayed at home to continue to support the quarter, and we thought that it was necessary for us to help them. And we raised close to 2 million francs CFA, actually. And we ensured that every Sabri person that was present in the village received a sum cash of 5,000 francs. And then we equally distributed rice, kerosene, granite oil, and a host of other foodstuffs to all the Sabri people that were at home. And then we've equally helped ourselves. We're not only focused on helping people back home. Within ourselves, we agree that if somebody lost a family, a brother, or a parent, or a sibling, will come to their aid. And we supported a host of families here in the US with our moral support and financial support. The families know themselves. There are a lot of them. I don't need to recount all of them. Then we have equally, when we took over, SADECA General was equally dead, was not existing any longer. And we took upon ourselves to initiate a General Assembly where we invited all the Sabri people. We hosted, thanks to our host of today, we co-host that General Assembly with him, and we're able to put in place this executive that is running SADECA today. That's one of the things that North America, thanks to all of us, we thought that it was very, very important that if we are functional here, SADECA should be functional all over the world so that we can better develop our place. And that achievement, I think, the meeting of today is eloquent proof that it was an achievement well achieved, well thought out. And then, as you would have seen from the contributions, our branch is a very powerful branch. And our branch, when it comes to SADECA, we have mobilized and get 52 people registered, which you saw, and paid in 592,000 francs CFA as registration just from the United States. And we have even established a database of all Sabri people. And we came up to, if everybody who is in America from Sabri registered, we should be counting close to 100 people. But it's a difficult task. And I hope we'll continue to push ahead to see how we can bring many more people into the fold. And if you look at the fundraiser, despite all the attacks, all the innuendos and all of that, Sabri people were able to mobilize in North America, and we had enough goodwill people that raised 4.3 million that we paid, that is paid to the Treasury from North America. We believe that, as I said earlier, to develop Sabri is our collective responsibility. And some of us who are here, it is our generation task. It's not some other person. People like our fathers did their part. Now the responsibility is ours. If we do not develop Sabri, nobody will do it for us. So whenever we have a project, let us focus on raising money to help develop our quarter. And that has been my prayer, my song, because I believe that to whom much is given, much too is expected. There are a lot of Sabri people in North America who are exceptionally blessed. And if they could just chip in, I'm not going to ask for 10%, just the minimum amount that will mean nothing to them. North America alone can raise 10 million for any project in Sabri easily. But arguments, fighting, accusations, innuendos, and all of that is what is holding us back. As I said, those are just a highlight of the things, some of the things that we've been able to accomplish. And as I prepare that when we get our next General Assembly, we'll have to move on, maybe bring in new blood so that they can continue to pilot the activities of Sabri North America. I pray that we, Sabri people in North America, should not just make it our point to always oppose, but we should put our heads together and change the face of Sabri. So thank you very much, Mr. President General. And I am here. If you have any questions for me, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Right. North America, thank you very much for the very elaborate and motivating report. So, President, anything bond from before we sign America. Up to you, President.
The president is mute.
President, we are mute.
Okay, make him on.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, make it. My connection went off. I've just joined the meeting again.
Yeah, I've just noticed.
I didn't follow his report, unfortunately. Menga track me. I wanted to connect Mbu John and to find out what the problem is. So I think when I was doing that, my connection went off.
Well,
so
in fact,
let them react, and then
exactly.
I will. Yes.
Maki react. You want to react, but Maki got following report where North America and English is really detailed. What the assistance they have done at home, in fact, the way he has motivated people is to make people to understand that this is the time for us to make Sabri what it's supposed to be. Even if our forefathers or parents did not do much, this is the time we have to show it. And it shows actually that this is the generation talking about when we did the election and put this executive in place. This was the executive which we are having a lot of, we aspired a lot from them, and they're actually producing. Just in brief.
Okay.
Who's an key react for North American?
He also urged people to minimize unnecessary disputes among themselves.
Okay.
Nashos, your hand is up.
You didn't hear me. I'm saying that he also talked about the fact that they would have done more if they were all working together, but there are unnecessary quarrels among themselves. So, I think he was saying that should be minimized.
Okay.
Nashos, your hand is up. And then you are muted, Nashos, unmute yourself. Nashos, is it an error? Are you wanting to say something?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Maybe it's an error.
I guess so. All right. So now, President, we can continue with the coordination report.
Okay, let's listen to Yaoundé, Center, South, East, and Grand North.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody is not
Hello?
muted and music is coming from there.
Yes. Welcome to Yaoundé Center East and Grand North. In fact, working in Yaoundé has been very difficult. People don't want to really cooperate and contribute when it comes to SADECA development. You see from our total registration we have here, I have a page in front of me here. We have 53 persons in Yaoundé, according to my list, maybe more. We have 53 registered persons in Yaoundé. And then when it came to registration, only 13 people registered. 13 out of this many. And when it came to the fundraiser, we had 7 people who responded, 6 or 7 who responded. If you look at the publications made on the page, you see how many people came in from Yaoundé. So I want to suggest that it will not be enough to paste the name of those who have contributed. We should equally paste the names of those who have not contributed. So they should not be hiding where they're hiding, but should equally be exposed. By this, I also mean that people who have relations in Yaoundé should look at the page, consult the page, and also maybe meet them and talk to them face to face, why they are not contributing, why they are keeping so silent. In fact, out of these 53, if they had money, everyone 1,000 francs would give us a great sum of money, but they are not doing it. For instance, today, we had a quarter meeting here today in my home. I prepared food, waited until none has turned up. Only one person came. We couldn't do anything. It was like the same thing was in December, November, the same thing. Kufu, nobody came. In fact, I don't really understand. They are so reluctant in Yaoundé when it comes to development. I think this issue of fundraiser has helped to chase them away from the meeting. So call the relations in Yaoundé, ask them what really is the matter. Why are they so reluctant when it comes to public development? So I think with that, I don't have much to say.
Okay.
President.
Well, so very President Center. Yaoundé. Actually, Biarritz has ke mitra Yaoundé kwanyo boneke back Cameroon. Mitri diema traditional meeting. Bois sabe ana songa Yaoundé. Boya ma songa. E bamenda ma songa na ni ma meeting. Monthly meetings. So ama Yaoundé seem as the president has said, it gradually almost come to a halt. Where everyone got so we get a so we get a visual spirit of coming together in Yaoundé. We must sit, reflect, and take some action. So we will not just conclude that maybe it's the idea of contribution that has made people not to be attending a meeting. Maybe we'll have to again look back and see, and even sample some opinions to know exactly maybe why people may not really be coming for the meeting. The interest is not there, but I think that we must actually try to survey and then build some strategies and see how we should make Yaoundé work. There are many vibrant young people of SADECA in Yaoundé. We haven't got them, Cameroon for capital now. I think my capital in my study development. So I can only say that we will need to reflect and see how we can go to Yaoundé and reinforce and see that that meeting starts back in full gear. Yes, moderator, over to you.
Next coordination. Marking which one?
Where
Mr.
my
Mr. Coordinator, mana kita buat bikin neomati ya bonza kringebo. So mone ganga.
Yes, of course.
Maka mekanga kamo any situation ya wunde no. Maka me propose gaga kamo ka esco we need echibo esco de ngo sensitize bobia ya wunde nge etsomanango etanango nga. Onga yaunde na fuye kwa sabi kama ebe tete ele bwadenge ene mo emake I get mo echi body isa wongo sensitize ango a try for reinforce a meter mumbo nenza proposal na kumegani yaunde ngenge.
Yes, that one I support it. I could support, correct.
Okay, it is noted.
Okay, how about Dr. Ntabekwe? You have the floor.
Okay. Menaki just ejiri board in a bois abla learning gange. Ma gerena junko one necessary maybe SADECA. Select either 1 or 2 persons to have a tete-a-tete with each SADECA and where my yaound the way and is in the other dingebo. One to be typically proud and malato gyapmango for forum. It is going to, they will feel I'm going to now some public shame no, and some may never want to come back. And to be do pride, to be do honorable, mala president many commit body as one after another. Gongo SADECA eskoka SADECA ane tomo wowe be engo ganingo e birika ole bongwango be lebwa emitsengo in obumo bo or whatever. They will all come on board. To Mango's delegation, it is not going, it will be cost ineffective and make it jumpo a yango lay the value when we miss wango jukumbo wango neko be in the be consider more important ninjimizo ongo and ekmazo unazo ongo gakon na esco kana president kana SADECA ami toma webongo. I can assure you the response is going to be positive. A better way.
Okay. Now, your suggestion is well noted, Doctor.
New Walters.
Yes.
New Walters. I wanted to add something to what I just wanted to reinforce what Eric just said. That's how we raise money here in the US. We call people individually and talk to them. My entire team, we call people. If you have a good relationship with somebody, we send you to talk to that person and things like that. So I think if they adopt that that method, it will be very rewarding. You know, it's not everybody that you have to send to some people. Some people you have to look for somebody that has a good rapport with a particular person and let that person be the one to call. In that situation, the response might really be fruitful.
Okay. So, Mojo, in fact, this is a session of consultation where we have experience from a branch like North America that is proposing something, and Dr. Eric is also proposing the same thing which Abdel proposed. But I really think that if Yaoundé can try that, they will probably come back with a feedback to us, which might be more positive. Probably we look forward to that. Then, President, which coordination next?
Yes, Mwango Gabwad in Bamenda. Since President Bamenda is having difficulties connecting, you know, that is my own coordination where I belong. So, Maraki Gake Bamenda. That's when I get him home branch now. Yes, it's just a step to the Sabri. So we just consider as a home branch. But mean that every election every second Sunday of the month. And sure presently, I think there are over 50 registered members who are there. Every month, man was saving, man was small for. So material I'm in numerical strength. About 50. They always register each year in that meeting about sometimes 60 something, but always 50 and above. But I one day now, there's still a very large number that are not participating in the monthly meeting. And sometimes people that you may not even imagine. So Bofeke is immutable, and it was immutable. It was on my Gapwa development sadly. So Majors Gagani, the president himself. So Gana this time around, if I go my jury door to door, and one was immutable, Bango Zongo Gapwa development bungo, Gizongo. They try join a meeting. This one, they have not done it, but they intend to go door to door and meet people who are not coming to the meeting and talk to them and invite them. Can whatever ladies know the immutable, but what development Sabi now, what Sabi now? You say how you can be rich when it comes to matters of development. Because what the only maybe it's a particular reason was immutable. Can a Sunday meeting when they meet remote and for the government one will never know. But the idea is that they will go around house to house and meet and chat with those who are not coming to the meeting. And there they will invite them first to the meeting, and then also they tell them the development agenda that we have for Sabri and the contribution that is expected from them. So Bamenda, like most of other branches, even though we are working from register total registered member, we had about 50. And the fundraising, we think so far it's about 25 that have responded. So it will mean that we still have a lot to do. It's sensitized to raise funds for our projects. So I'm president, I was guiding up by telephone. So he gave me this strategy that's what they will embark on. And he believed that when they will embark on this strategy, it will bring some positive results. So Bob Bamenda, in terms of the figures that the contributions that were made, we're trying our level. Me ngongo bedi body no really my cap was on Yinibo, but forward track. So we'll continue to encourage them and to really let them know that Sabri development, every Sabri person must participate, even in the little way that you can. Yeah, you should participate. So I think that is all I can say concerning Bamenda.
Okay, yeah, the president, now represent Bamenda president again. So, in Nations, Wake responded body, and you are muted. Now, you did not say anything. I don't know whether it's still a mistake. Okay, might still be that same mistake. So, President, I think if I can just up to talk very quickly about you.
Yes.
Okay, in the Europe, they make a lay up to 1.5 minutes. In Europe, You know, just boom, you can count us on the finger on your fingers of one hand. So there is absolutely no major issue that we have here, like finding difficulties to communicate or to meet or to contribute. The only thing we need is to know what needs to be contributed.
You mute yourself.
Oh, somebody, mana gange bwana zuba magaba, akama zubu. Okay, mana gakwe, nimbia euro, nimbia kama le any major issue na mina bom purubo. You can count us on the fingers of one hand. Actually, I think just 5. Then there is one person in Belgium. Then his equipment, I cannot trace to find anyone anywhere within Europe or in UK. What we just want to know and then include the person's name. Then as far as our contributions are concerned, we don't have any major issue. We just need to know that it's time for contribution, and then we do the necessary contribution like we did last time. Then there's one of our members where new promise of into lay project where make contribution, he can contribute by that means. So of our list, yes, any contributions is because we will lay plan, we will lay project, when more contribution by helping to get things done through those projects. So maybe the person will get in contact with the executives or Mahu Gabungo Shingogre clearly, because I cannot just say the details of whatever he is talking about here, which he might not want me to do so. So with us here, that is the major thing. There's not much.
Okay. So, Master Eric, there's somebody from Dubai direction.
Yeah, President, more better with Bobo, and I'm Eric Ashi. The Middle East. You can get why TN Chonchoni the presentation, why no money. Zoran Gomi that I make Ginga near Poroy and Gomi Pitting India by Middle East. Giving got and giving Gomi Yege for a little bit for Bobium or Europe. But Abe Middle East, Gema Bobium Abla Borange, Bobium Abla Mago and the environment Jim go for Middle East. For now, they only bought 30 more registered. I mean, need submit contribution among it. But one Middle East in just name the Middle East and Asia and Gaga Kung give Jana struggle Makiri focus more in a directly Boba Shisho Mobegli as a pocket Kebazi, a deculator for any money for the Kilela de also. And that is the Indian Jima Tramas, yeah, a 4 lady. The Mjiman the Bango of Combo, quite not very goyas for any. Bumizo for Edapa, the Ogre share location for any angle to the Bango money, Lipo for Eddie. Just something Ango money survive any uncle Kung, a wungo to for being. So now the Nipom giving more of the Oma Strugma Lingisonge. Abobiemi Prungo Bidim one of my finger, not just a few balls. And then considering the fact that Middle East like Womona a person in Obone is not possible, you know, no. Then you have to go back home. So it is a kind of in a very fragile environment where the man has to go to see that get everybody to be on the job, just to be able to do something. Ingona was on my way back home, so that is why You see our number is just 3 registered, and 3 also made a token in the contribution. So, but still, Ekigaga Kundungon Jekwage effort. So, angles in with that challenge, let me target angle in another direction, not only the Middle East side. So, go for Bonto. So, Mbrune, Yakundungono, I intuited Magobunga Pimata Borange, and go in as a Bonto, and in Timuna Clara for 2018. So by 2020, no, it can be very strong. It can be very strong. Sorry, not gonna.
Keep going, Eric.
Go ahead, Eric.
Okay, so we gear up is money anti ponto and the enroll pocket from the mago between the ages of 18 and 50 years. So bonto na operating nga and jizim janile maga kundo mono binari invite President General SADECA Shizi ganimbo mbowaki ganingo or nubuna teno at this stage. So having for group about over 200 members having for group one, but only Mojukuna around 150 register under Bonto actually. So in weekend Biakara Gabwa SADECA unge ado the small statement the benga mangos in the statement after. So project BM carry for Bonto and Negaga kwe in COVID azinge. So Bonto I design a project, I develop projects, a open project, and execute project only close to about 700,000. So sorry, 1.2 million. I made a project 9. Any Bonto any COVID project abe azono nkam zono suru zono savon zono elishi zorongba zoromagi go bengo. It was a very big campaign. Chiboba menda ngo for Mumbabe, and they came out and we're very happy. And then hello. Hello.
We're hearing
yeah,
you.
Are you somebody is like talking to me? Okay. So after the COVID project, engam jiba kind of humanitarian kind of store where ngade baniza kid abega kundu ngono atedi ongobe magoro ka good ongobe magoro, and this is the situation ngade ongoku kandi. So in that case njibile a very strong mobilizing force in Germany immobilized in a very short time frame. Ka would mean in 500 to 200 or 100. So Mjani finally they up with something that is above 100,000 within a very short time frame, like 2-3 days. Ekpedile kundu ngono evacuate ngondo ki ande. If any situation begin, Wungabo mango alive and want to be lay from about Toman Kunduano na Bragolov aga from the US. I know got a baby for Enge and don't you kumi glinge a be lay Zoro Yegimalima for Cape Matuaraga Kunduano Wungabonu cannot turn ku single Lindy to Arangoin to support them in that direction. Good granum makino yika makino we want to egerwili envelope yamande ebingo esapongo kunungo wonto kwa kinungo abu but nangu ngungwange ka wungba yingenge. This is what we are sending to you. And then for bonto umjegerwa share a lot of employment opportunities nga mjena kidea kunungo no enchokiniga kungba for koka bo halinde we ango numo economically stable ngabo. So another year would not lay opportunity boba share opportunity keke, and if I bear money if I know my liga kundu the priority we want to gengo ni fe kama for ngoni zoroze but se caution ango tinge they should be able to retain the job ango toma unuma funubu but mjiba linge and area bongo in a very good way. Share business ideas again would anule business ideas inge share ningo and I go very well. So far, mjibango majiran chonchoni zoro yemi ngone bonto ngebet. A football mingo for bonto nga president ward but invite we for bonto ngozi then ba wudu gabachana ngama keke. Bo mjima kede for bonto ngenga kung engu would agaga kuna for bonto for bonto no na only mbona only bo biembo metewo mapenge mbo mingo for no ngambo grene ngoma be ma community wo ma for endi so I am ngo bango no president ngari bochele bie emani glia kunu ngono integrate adobje metewo misinge ngakeke bitowe se ekine bobo a difficult not to face for SADECA just know about contribution most especially no edini ngoga kunu ngono anu tebie tebege ngombinge ekwa ekitia ne bi bomu bi min watch binge kutinge manikiri ni first step jegrebu nga sini lega kunu ngono si ladies stress tinge adoke ke mani atisa mongu to boke ke se boyi mi yibo yesi bogre ke bi to mi sidi ko ga to obebu. So if we do not actually establish a very good foundation, what we are talking today about, like the Baminda, the Yaoundé branch crying, it will not a result to the SADECA general in the future may be facing that major challenge. But God forbid, so we have the golden opportunity so for people to integrate their children who are between 18 and 50 years. Even 18 and 30, whatever age, just make them to belong to Bonto. Here in Bonto, they are going to see the sense of belonging. Actually, we come from the royal throne of war. We come from a quarter called Sabli. These are my brothers, these are my sisters. This person is in this location, and this is what we are all about. And in them, and they understand exactly what Simakile, even if very committed. A few, just say maybe 100 to 150 of them, they are very, very committed. We should take the thing up. But only imagine not Kona, sorry, Mamu Ngozi association Ikara since 2018. Pay contribution since 2018 till date. And the very sorry, I couldn't anal contribute buzzing up man around man a project. So but from now, Biongo committed to ensure that he is participating and everybody want a contact. So you see that there are those who have that very good spirit to actually belong and to maintain that unity. Abuano book as maga about SADECA no. It is because of the love that we have for the top. And then do you body a cool and manguma for body. I want it to go kundi wono Atebia Gandhi from Bamenda Gakundi, Brana Gagabwa Gakundi wono Bondi nga and is it put a be mango tawdi. So Igakumbongo to Nduzi, so Mbogakundi wono a piango bongo to Ndivi, the good Itamonga Kundi, Bruno got to Nduzi Umbongo, Botranjo, is it on doing the endo? And even Bruno Linga Magaku under the tap. Manini. So Bumbe ba we mango shanji de confuse no it on me. So this na bwa in a way I mean very sensitive me might be a table be me ngosi ngwe bless yangon muka ngu bamenda kangu ngo dwala ya ondi kangu ngoma abezi ndichangu umegudi mingo be magabo ina dovinda beno. Those are very sensitive things that kigaga bango nangu makika ma challenge ango challenge no zaye wengo wewe ebango bongo mango kia kufenge. So bono inge we very difficult just so enu pe wono uzi makigingo ga kondo ngono ngo for about ini bemje basima fra nango magwango gifong. So currently want to be more for project in just some project it's regularly makifu makidi bongba bobenge inga ensenati ya kira kono ngono siliga kon bo contribute. Mjekwa kira kunu ngono a contribute ma only abobia mi ngosinge go bet abongo bia mi ngobe anto mumbu nge segrebi nini empower ango tringe ango mani ngo resource ibi SADECA ngo resource bonto ndute simaki ya kufu about inge in talking of a cap abe cap. So we offer in the project in this way we were thinking of empowering them to be more economically reliable. To money dependent. Football way is a baby, football ways of baby. So we're working on that project. So in a nutshell, you will request Gakung Boke Kebi Mobi Mosi Befan, even the other regions. Number in row this one talk. From there, they are going to have that sense of belonging. Together, and then you are going to see that within 1 year, Ango Keke Bango Karahali contribution moderately into SADECA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashi. It's been very, very detailed. So, President Gule coordination, I expect. Well, woman,
Akuda will speak. Who is there? You should talk on the southwest littoral. I don't know whether he can confirm that, because that's the only person I see from that direction.
Okay, well, what the mango guys, one is Moga, because this particular item, actually, money, 1 second, money, in fact, what to limit not more than 3 hours. It's only programmed now for about 20 minutes. Yes, highlight 20 minutes, but just more than 45 minutes. So, Manega, what's the blank to mango guy and go with dog on pigre. Otherwise, go to an eternal go to nobody touching people. Would the market the body? Can we just shorten a little bit?
Yeah, Lee Waters, can CD speak, please?
Who is that?
Yeah, CD, Richard Anago.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yes, you have the floor now. No, I didn't say so to anybody. Okay, anyway, so
okay, can I go?
Say yes. Say go on.
Yeah. What's happening, Gamandon? Thank you for this opportunity. Bro, Gabwa Keke Abwa Minar Utan Fufong. But Ebwa Mamake Gange Nega Kongu. So be lay Keke.
Sorry, Commission will lay device ready. Will lay device.
Yeah, there's a device. There's another device. Put it off, please.
Okay.
Yes, Manakega in the direction of getting our coordinations much more perfect and efficient in doing the business of SADECA. The first thing Negakwe, national executive, in the direction of sensitizing the way the meetings of the coordinations function. Manakega meet bono keke na coordinator ya on the magano. Kan ma jiran chonchobo. Ena patere bamenda. Wona tikere gakwe ena ti nyimitri no. For agenda netete ebwa for agenda. Emega akwam SADECA. They only go there, sit down, ndwanjangemo kalene eglingo, without talking anything about SADECA. So it is incumbent on the Central ESCO to instruct the coordinators to take it as a matter of obligation to introduce a rubric on SADECA on the agenda of each meeting day, especially when they talk about finances. They should first of all begin with SADECA, and they get people to finish their obligations towards SADECA before going to other meeting commitments. That is what usually obtains, and they just forget about it and go off like that. And then the second thing, Manake Gane Buabonto Unwabo Eric Ashi Anung as a Gabubono. Ongaga for long bobo, but Manake for Kong organization a a facilitator organization towards getting the coordinations much more effective, productive. Ene embro nega kongu bonto organization no angoba all over, angobe Yaoundé, angobe Bamenda, and angoba function choncho, nangungo hit uru activities biango le lenge. And so SADECA General Exco, emene bumubo and choncho, man bonto abo yango jiri for coordinations. Abo yango jiri for apad register mutite metet 6 and so forth and so forth and so forth. So nu bonto na facilitator organization no. To nuango egake President General SADECA a chibod ne bonto me limit the monje me limit the monge ngo serabwane bonto and raise some of these difficulties at the level of the General SADECA, and then see how bonto can jointly decide and see that they move SADECA ahead. Thank you very much.
But Commissaire, that's a very rich talk. So we should get the president go. Figure what you can buy and that president can respond.
Well, no, so very Commissaire, the two suggestions that he has made. So I will note them down because they will join the basket that the basket of ideas that we have. How to reinforce our activities, especially in the area of mobilizing resources.
All right.
Yeah.
President or any other one?
No, I think I don't know Southwest. I could only see the Daf Aku. I don't know whether he has anything. That must be the president Southwest say that they are trying to connect, but the network is not permitting. It seems they were sitting as a team in the ESCO there. It means finally anyone connected, well, means that the network will not permit. Can you say anything on behalf of that coordination?
Yeah, Mazo. Actually, the promote for administrative setup as far as we are always on and off. So we will leave very little or nothing to talk about it, the administration. But I know that they have every first Sunday of the month that they meet, and the meeting is going on well. But the problem now, if the president himself was connected and could speak on how the activities, especially on the fundraising, is going, but I know that everybody is doing the best. I think more than 60% is active. That is what I can chip in for Samuel.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you guarding.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna membership registered now 46 this year, but last year now 52. And then I could have Shigano. I believe some slight difficulties bringing everybody. And Bob is even 60 something to 70. Notwithstanding, level young it is quite impressive. Mojunga Abobia should contribute for any SADECA can get about 38 of them. Even though I was not mandated, so I could have I also lack the facts. So we are actually underrepresenting the Southwest Littoral region section. Coordination, yeah, thanks.
Okay, Mojoke, that gives more details about Southwest, which is quite good for us, President. Thanks very much, Dr. Itabe. So, coordination, President.
No, Mojoke, sorry, So he's about the coordinations. Basically, to Ali, we have heard from every coordination, 1 or 2 words. So we need form those are on the next point.
Okay.
No,
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, and we are Zumba Mawenda from Gugadi so big Maga one or two too long, and which is very necessary. Good to Gabos no. Nga bought me, let me tienge. Tamango on this space. At this space, got to she meeting you for more than 2 hours. At Tamango at this space, we are going to take again more than 3 hours. Nga Bwami Tianga na Bwaga Mangumo dog. No for no get it. Smake appeal could immediately what it is correct meeting. Yes, I beg. Because the one meeting I need more than 3 hours if we go at this pace, which means I'm going to meet more than 5 hours.
Which okay.
Mana kega mega kwe any presentation where na me Emmanuel te kwana. Mana kega kwe any presentation where sa women the ingenge President General bro encourage kwe the number ma Southwest money activities we need to encourage them. I'm gonna get effort because after Bamenda it should be Southwest. The impression and the number and the contribution encouraging they need to put more effort, and the President General, you can even schedule a visit to go to them and encourage them. Now on that.
Okay.
All right. Mana Ganeboa, especially the coordinator of Europe, ngo gaver work Gabon chuncho, and everybody when go mentioning Bobiama America nonge zone which ma steba donza nonge atar ha yema ke fok akbe de the bonya sabli. Mais matwa gad table to mark the contribution the managers or where Mr. Taylor, Dr. Britain. I got to mark the contribution the two sabri issue. To make everybody being committed. Kadema bli kadema wema zeze mane herepan enchiri or kamezes emane a tower or whatever. That one shows a sign of belonging. It's not that we are taxing them. Ongo gabwadi gakwe boke empower Bob Benga so that everybody glee Ongo should be involved, because when Chokama and because of Agakwe will live with just because it shows a sense of being committed to your place, and Lega Kungwa contribute go honor for you and go proud. Illy Brungomichia bought Emma was sending in Jema Magakwe. We should not work as separate branches, but we should come back to SADECA General, which Gwagre fight is a back. Idea Mama Gagakwe, go in the idea where we should hammer on it and make it workable. Secondly, won't talk. I'm going to la boake kemezong on video on go very laudable. But my concern de won't talk. What is their relationship towards the palace? Because won't literally with the measures of food, the big won't on a yet okara. You can don't on a yakina dongo beer, the BMZ. The boats are be the BMZ both from
the palace now.
Matthew over here. Kema Zungano, the Makma. I know. Understand it, we know another person will understand what is their relationship towards the palace, because there are certain things that you can just make an appellation. The appellation one time it may be questionable. So the one market maybe people have gone far in that way, but I'm just trying to. I don't think it's not. I do not need so much explanation. I was just trying. It's all like a food for thought. Yeah, just that. People have made a marvelous job. You don't deny that.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that addition. And
Pastor, you part in their palace.
Well, okay.
Mr. Walters, I'm sorry, meeting. I was muted and I could not unmute myself with the Zoom. So I'm using the telephone now.
Okay, so if you don't mind, do you have something which you want to say on this topic? Because I think we have just closed the topic and it was just the last person intervening, and probably if you have another chance, you may be able to put it when we bring in with the other matters.
Yes, yes, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. We have closed the topic. Let's go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next point we're to mark Bob and need track talking to the point. Now the work plan, amendment and adoption.
Okay. All right. Well, so this our host, can you go back to the last but one slide on the presentation? Because that's where our work plan is. No, the next one. Okay, this is it here, that's it. Okay, Malaki Gake, this is the work plan we have proposed for 2022. And after following our discussion, I'm going to Higange, let's actually look at this work plan and amend it. Then before we adopt it for this 2022. Most tables are point number one is to continue with sensitization and registration of new members. And by this, all the coordinations should take this responsibility. Well, Gumaki sensitized, but you know that there are times that you cannot draw up a cross or a formula that will work in all the coordinations in the same way. Each coordination, we believe that should be able to put in place, first of all, its own proper strategy, adapted to their situation, where they can carry out sensitization and registration of new members. Then, any number two, sorry, Kirigake, there so the Kirigake na Bobiama register. So it's only about 45% of the registered members who make contributions during the fundraising, meaning that there are still a lot of people who are still to respond to the fundraising. So in that case, we should continue with the fundraising, but well targeted. Each coordination must draw up a plan and a strategy to go out for fundraising, to be able to meet all the Sabri people in their coordinations in one way or the other. What I will say is that the national ESCO is there. If you look the way when we were doing the launching, back in Cameroon, we didn't practice this method in America. We wrote even appeal letters to individuals, asking them, telling them about the fundraising, and so soliciting them to make their contribution to really raise funds for our project. So I just want to say that this fundraising should be taken seriously at the different coordinations and with strategies that are well targeted, so that we can reach many people and encourage many more people to participate in the fundraising. Because if we look at the number that has already participated, it's still very minimal, meaning that we still have many people to reach. I said we already talked about. I've already talked about these strategies of fundraising. Why will we believe that coordination should be devising their strategies, but at the level of the national expo, I think that we will still be able to think and formulate. Even within this meeting, we will open up. I think there's a place on our agenda that will open up that all of us, even we have ideas here on how we should strategize when it comes to this fundraising. We'll do it. And then we think that we should commence the execution of the water project. I just want to say the water project because first, originally that was our priority. I mean, we set it as the first project after looking at the chastening. And at one time, there were suggestions that we could do electricity. We saw that the electricity project, I tried to meet some people to give us a costing of the solar energy, solar electrification. It was clear that if we really want to do something solid for solar electrification, we should be thinking of something like in the neighborhood of about 40 million. If we have to do it in even in the most simple way, we should be thinking of above 25 million. So I think that project of electricity is something that we need to prepare ourselves very well before we go into it. And that's why even on the last point on this agenda or the plan of work for this year, on this slide, we are proposing that we should further and do a really elaborate study of this electricity project because it's a sensitive project. And since also the toll of the crisis is still there, an electricity project for me is very sensitive to do it under the present state of affairs. It's something that we should do when things are a little bit better, because it's something that will need a lot of accuracy and working with transporting and touching things that are very delicate. We also think that we have put as another plan to complete the registration of the association. It's in process. It's not yet. It has not yet matured. So we will pursue it and see that we complete the registration of the association. So that is a plan that we have for 2022. And I think that it is now open for suggestions and amendments.
Okay. So
can I?
Let me go to my screen. Yes. Who wants to start intervening?
Yeah, can I intervene now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So we have noticed that for the fundraising and for the project that we want to do, like the water project, I would like that I would suggest that let SADECA water project be competitive. What do I mean by competitive? All of us Ngo people who are building in Bamenda, when we want to put water in our house, we know how much we pay to SNEC to bring water into our house. So I think that let us throw this same example to SADECA, that everybody who has a house that wants to take water or that will want water to come to his house should pay the rate as what we will pay in Bamenda town with the SNEC or with the CAM water. those who intend to see bill and to get water, they can still pay that same, they can still pay that same, they can still pay upfront. They can still pay upfront. So if we do that, I think that we will raise a good amount of money because we have at least 10 houses in Sabri who would want to put water into the houses. And so let us just say that we are in Bamenda town and we want to put water into our house. So we'll don't get the amount of money that Snake is asking for.
Sorry. Only last nations you have lost your nations. So while probably nations is still finding a way to get back in, would MLA it was intervene and this will affect something which nations are trying to suggest.
Let me say something.
There was a time he had also suggested this kind of thing. Just don't know. So I'm sure people have an idea of what he was trying to talk about. But Malango Mareze, he would carry on.
Okay. Can I talk? Can I talk?
Yes, please.
Tom Anna.
Yes, Tom.
Yeah, when the nation started, I'm talking of about asking people or whatever. I thought he was about saying that the water project should be something which, because he said it should be very competitive, it should be, I thought that he was talking of being the contract, because at one time I raised that issue. I put it in the website that was this put to, how they call it, what, how they, I've forgotten that term. Many people sent in their contract.
Tender,
yeah. I asked if it was put on tender. And again, looking at that budget of the water project is very, very exorbitant, very, very, to me. I don't know what type of water connection we really want. And that's why some of us, like I, for one, I preferred electricity to water because I know that water to Sabri, in Sabri, to me, it's not a very big problem, even in Goa as a whole, because the streams, and I said there are certain people, even with those taps, there are certain people who will still continue drinking water from the streams, from the and so on. There are some people who prefer that the tap just to do washing and so on. And the water is not a very big problem in Sabri. I was preferring of the electricity because I know electricity is something which will bring attraction, will generate income in Sabri, will boost the area and so on. And even one of our old parents who are still there, they can put on lights in their room to see one or two things before they die. Okay, it will be a very booster, a big booster to their span of life. The water, to me, it doesn't play any big impact. The impact is so low because there's no place in Sabri that you travel, even going to carry water from Eklo to Beloka, not a big problem. So I was just thinking that we should think about it. And again, this contribution that we're talking, I like that. To me, my principle is that if we contribute money and we need to have a project, we should start. We should not be thinking that we accumulate. Because many people, when they see, some people are not even contributing because they are not seeing what is going on. Some people, when they see that they've started this thing, some people will spare up in that way. Some may not think that way, but some in the other way. So I think that when embark on something that I want to do, any contribution comes, they will start bit by bit, and we are climbing and going. And so just like if you have your house, you want to make a foundation, you want to build a house, you buy this and keep, you buy this and keep, you can start from a foundation. Doesn't mean that you have to work money and bank, then you just start at once. So that's something which I was thinking about this project issue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tom. Mujuku, President, you have had a point, but there is also a point here. I can say something if you want to make any comments on that, President. Because there is somebody who has Ms. Faisal Hilda. She has suggested something here which I want to read out. And that there is no easy way for her to communicate, to give this suggestion herself. She is suggesting that we go beyond appeal letters to individuals. We can reach out to embassies and private sector institutions. This level of engagement will require the involvement of the National Exco with the project document and relevant feasibility studies. I think we can get local initiative funds from embassies and also the private sector. Okay, and also the private sector social responsibility funds. So that is a suggestion that we go to that level, because we might probably profit from embassies and also from external bodies. So that is what Ms. Faisal Hilda has suggested.
Okay. So, you would like me to say something?
Well, responding to what people have talked about, because we are actually we are getting to 2.5 hours and we still have that project committee thing to talk about, strategies to suggest how raising funds and matters, other matters arising.
Yeah, what I would like to say is that first, let's start with the contribution from Mr. Tom, especially on the electricity project, in preference to the water. When I started the presentation, I said, I had time again to speak with the quarter head in the village. You know, we were working with the village to be with them participating in the prioritization of these projects. They gave us many times when we asked them, they gave us this water first. And in our very first meeting, we put it. It's true that electricity will have a huge impact. That one we agree. But if we see other quarters that have good water projects that are running, I think that if they touch on water, it was a fair need. We cannot really underscore, because people are building houses in Sabri, big houses. If you have to, those houses have to function well. Yeah, people would like to have water in their houses. And we know that first, water, I don't know if you know how to run a house, you will know that water is what keeps sanitation around the house. Mm-hmm. So I will still think that we should focus on this water project. First of all, I had given the limitation of the electricity project. It's a project that if we want to realize, we will need a very huge amount of money. And we cannot guarantee that. And even to move on to the second suggestion of Mr. Tom, that what we have, we proceed. With other projects, you can proceed gradually. But with the electricity project, you will not have to proceed in those steps. Mm-hmm. So that's why we're saying that, since we are just at the beginning, we are at the beginning. And the water project, let's move on with it. And then we prepare ourselves to jump into this electricity. Because as you said that with small successes, motivation and interest of people will grow. The enthusiasm of the people will grow with the small successes that we are doing. So we're just trying to plead with him that let's start with this water project because it's a project that we can realize in phases. And even if we already have the tank, because our main problem with the surface water is that there's a limited network or supply network that is existing. What is lacking is quality water to put inside that network that they can even be using now. So let's build a catchment, build a tank, and feed the water into the existing network. Then in between, if we don't see the need to concentrate on extending this network to different parts of the water, we now can stop there and then
agreed. Perfect.
Stop by tomorrow. Oh no, tomorrow I'll print and give.
So I think that is what I've said. And then concerning the suggestion from Madame Hilda, I think it's a very good suggestion. I personally am reflecting, I've been reflecting on that. You know, I had an experience of getting a project done even in Sabri through an embassy. It's an experience that I've had. I recently was in Yaoundé and I passed through a few embassies. But we need to, there's a bit of documentation I must go through, and especially with this, our legal status now, we must make it go through because those are the things that they would need there. Also, as a problem is the present crisis. Embassies, when they fund projects, they would like to visit the sites. They would like to see what is happening and control. But with the crisis going on, that's usually they say their staff can't even go to any red zone. So that is presently the limitation that we have. But as she said, there is some other way of maybe some other line of funds that we can follow. So if we go through with our legalization, I think that we will concentrate on looking on these alternative sources of getting funds to fund any project that we have. I think we will not rely tabling or placing our requests or our applications. So we will be working towards that. The first thing is that we will get our necessary papers. We'll be working towards that, but I already presented the difficulty working with the embassies now. We do have, when I went beyond, I took some applications, some embassy papers, but I know that in most of them, they say that they must visit the site. Okay, you have an embassy man, you tell him that the place is located in this place in the Norway. So first of all, can you reach there in the present state of affairs and so on. So I already know the limitation we have in that direction, but we will not say that we stop there. There are a few that we will try as soon as we get our papers up to date. There are a few that we'll try. Let them tell us that no, we cannot go. Then we'll know that we must have tried our best. Over to you, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, for getting us to that point. But I can just appeal that now like we started from the first in which Golof suggested on the chat. I want to encourage, I would only what can you please also send your suggestion on the chat now, Mrs. Fai, Hilda, then that is Vincent, I know. And they have, in fact, send your contributions on this matter to the chat. What today we can now put everything together, and the executive will study whatever they can see from all those contributions. Then they will feed back to us. Maybe if it is very necessary that they feed back to us about whether they have changed the decision or not. So, I just learned because to me we're too far into the time. So
Just
So-
one little thing, moderator.
Okay.
I was just wanted to say that on our proposal to start with the water project, we said, and in conformity with what Mr. Tom suggested, that what we have as resources, if we have an activity, we start. As we get funds, as what is going on, many people are motivated to join. So on the water project, we just wanted to present exactly that, looking at what we have as work on that project. We're thinking that we should start with building a catchment and the tank to completion. And taking the water and feeding into the existing pipeline. The resources that we have, we estimate that it can do that, while we continue with the fundraising.
Okay. So Mahizo, I'm sure that now Mahizo now President Gano, if you have any thought about it, we might not be able to have the chance to talk about it now. I'm sorry about that, but we cannot help it because this is another very important point where Tunongo will just touch it, not with a bit of detail. It might not be good for us to have had this in this meeting. So Mojoku Tungo Street, the next one, which is the word from the project committee. Quite a couple of things to talk about this, unless the president.
Okay. Moderator. Because we wanted to say that if we finish with this proposed plan, and we think that we should adopt it,
Okay, so we should finish with it and then adopt it.
We must adopt it and say that this is what, because if there's anything to add or subtract, we do it well, we'll have to adopt it for execution.
Okay, so now, Golof, now you have the floor. After that, we have Atangwa Emene, who has been struggling to talk, maybe. Golof.
Yes, thank you, Moderator and the President General. I just wanted to know how much is the water project going to cost us? Have we done a feasibility study on that? Because it's important that, as others have said, it's important that if we take a project, we should know the costings and know how much it's going to take us to completion before we engage. Even if we are starting, we should know exactly how much it's going to cost us before we engage, so that we'll have a beginning and an end point. That's just what I wanted to ask from the
Yes, I would say maybe you were not there when we started the presentation of the report. We said that we had done the studies of the water project.
Yes. Okay, sorry, I
the
didn't.
total cost of that project is 17 point something million. I don't have the exact figure in my head, but it's 17 point something million. And that constitutes building the catchment, building the tank, and extending the pipeline. In fact, the majority of the cost is extending the pipeline to the different parts of the quarter. And then building of stand taps, those taps that people who cannot connect water into their houses can fetch water from open taps. We have, that it's just that you guys are very busy. When we did these studies, we put it on the SADECA General Forum and people read it. So if there is need to put it again, we'll still put it on the forum. We'll still put it on the forum so that people can read. But if we have time, if we want to look at the cost, I sent a copy to the host, he can put a copy of just as a 2-page document, just a 2-page, the costing, so that people can see. If Dr. Leonard is getting me.
Please take a look at the screen right now. Part of the presentation has this information.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah.
Which means that we get the catchment and the tank constructed.
Yes.
A couple of lines. The other things can be done gradually.
Yes, when we do the catchment and the tank, we'll first feed it into the pipeline that is there. There's a limited pipeline that runs from the catchment, the present, the old catchment, right to around Sabri Church and ends there, moving along the main road. Then eventually we intend to extend the pipeline now to the rest of the water, and then create some additional stand taps. So the present line, there is a stand tap, like there's a stand tap at the aquarium there. There's a stand tap around Andungen. There's a stand tap already around above and around Tembe. Yes, so those are stand taps that are existing. So when we feed, that system will be working. Then as we get resources, we'll see how now we can extend it to other parts of the quarter.
That's fine.
Okay, just to add a little bit,
that's why
President.
I asked a question that was
who is
there
talking?
tender?
Okay,
all right.
How? Okay. Tom, let me just respond to something here, which is in relation to what the president just said before. It's a chat. Sorry, it's a chat, but in the form, President, just that you know, some of these embassies or bodies are adopting the third-party monitoring strategy. The crisis should not stop us, please. So that is one of the things which has come up as something to think about.
Yes.
In relation to what you said. And then I think who the guy who got what going to chat, all right. Commissaire, is in the suggestion degree. Please, let's concentrate on the reinforcing the tank, the catchment. For about 1.5, my chat is just running away. For about 1.5 million, then leave the rest of money for electricity. Please, Imbro, continue, sir. Send your suggestions. Now, which is really very good, but to get today, and the president will get all this together and we'll talk about it. So, yeah. So, Nengo Malcolm Gange, Tom, sorry.
My big question on President Gano. He posted a no. We can hear body numbers or Bob. He posted a Alano name. He posted it. I made a comment. I made my comment. I asked question, no response. This tender issue, because it was to me like just one bill, and to me was very exorbitant, which only 70 million. And again, he cites here quite the. I wanted to ask that all the existing taps or existing pipelines in Sabri, would they be Bengo Warango or how? The people have cited that it will be incorporated. So I think do some just like Commissaire and same light. That if we can reinforce, if we can enhance the catchment, I think water flow will not be a big problem, because to get that type of money like that, if at all you will have the money, the natural gaining them, we will have so many things which we can do. I don't know. That's just my own point of view. I think we should rethink and reconsider.
Okay. Just what chance new permission? I should give myself permission to make a small contribution on that grade. Now about Mal Ganabwandima Namange. One of the things I at one time thought about now that town planning. If we have the water, we have put the pipes, and sometimes we say, okay, we are making the town plan, doing something about town planning and trying to get the roads in a particular way. We may be forced to have to dig the pipes away from where they are, or probably break some of the pipes. And then in reinforce, somebody is reflecting my talk. I'm going to reinforce Tamagange. I don't think they will lay so many pipes. Then when they have to do the other projects like electricity, when we don't have too many pipes, we may not have to do a lot of destruction again. So that is when probably the pipes will come later in a more organized manner, because we have done a plan of where we are putting the pipes which will last longer. Well, that's just a food for thought.
Yes. Okay. Now, I think what is on the screen here is just how the water project was costed. I think it is first of all a unanimous decision that we should focus on building the catchment and then the tank as a first step, and that's what we have planned to do in this 2022.
Yes.
And for the amount, anyway, I don't want us to go the amount they will do the costing. I think the project committee, as we're adopting this agenda for 2022, means that, and we have money, means that they have work to do. That's why when we will get to the time of the project committee, we want them to speak, because we even want this work to start as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
Yes, the project committee, can I talk?
No, the time for the project committee is coming. We will give them time to talk.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I think Mr. Tangwa
moderator,
is struggling to speak, but his device has some background noise. So
yes,
Mr. Tangwa, if you're hearing me, please just make sure that you have only one device in your room. Then you can unmute yourself.
Exactly.
I will continue to mute you because there is some background noise that is kind of disturbing the whole show.
Okay. Then Napoleon's suggestion is that he's wishing that we continue to focus on the electricity project. And his reason is that if we should not slow down because of the present social economic crisis, at least to help those back to stop buying petrol and kerosene. So that is his suggestion, which has given and with his reason. Okay, the person is still having. Okay, the person is still having. Okay, Atango, if you can mute again, let's see. If you can mute again, let's see. Yes. Okay. Right. I'm sure it was some. Oh, it's again from you. Mute again, please. I'm sure it was some. Oh, it's again from you. Mute again, please. Atango, just check. Maybe you have two devices open. Otherwise, if I give you the floor now, they will not even understand what you're saying because we are not getting anything from that place. Where would not one is ongoing. We cannot let you. Okay. Okay. Oh, again he has come up. All right. Now he is muted and there is no background noise. I'm going to check any other device were around where Ngomi linking that. Okay, he is unmuted now and there is no reflection. Okay, yes, I can you talk?
You cannot talk?
Yes, that's better now.
Yeah, thank you. I've been listening to all suggestions about this thing. I am the project manager, and I'm happy that in the end we've accepted that water project is very important because it's already ongoing. You know, we cannot pretend. As somebody said, we're building houses all over the place. We're flushing toilets and all that. You know, you can flush, you can light the lamps, and you use water to flush your toilet. So water is important. So let's first of all accept that water is the priority project now. Then we go ahead. As we're saying, we just need to install the tanking and the tanks, and then we have to come down to water to all. That should be the first project to be accepted. About water, we should not even be afraid of the costing, because gradually this is going to do a lot. It will happen because there's only water flowing without SADECA contributing into it. Some individuals did that, and it's going on. So we want now SADECA to contribute so that the whole thing should come. So we should not be afraid of the amount. It might be lesser, it might be more, but the beginning should let us start with the catchment and the tanks, and the rest will come. So that's my plea, that we should first of all accept water as a priority project with all the houses we're building. We need flushing toilets and all that. We need to flush the toilet before we bring electricity. So I want to beg that at least all of us now have accepted that it is water, that's priority. So let's start from there, and it can be gradual. So let's not be afraid of that amount. Let's first of all accept, and this will go on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Thank you very much. So, President, over to you, whether there's any.
No, I think we have noted the different suggestions from left and right. It's, I mean, you know, it's usually very difficult. You know that as we have looked at the various points, I think nobody contests all what we have put down as the agenda for 2022. They are just been just little, maybe there's some people who are thinking about the electricity project, but as we explained, the electricity project will be something that we will make a good study. It's not something we cannot just jump into it anyhow. We will make an elaborate study and with other alternatives. You know, but another sample and kama small hydro. We will still really even need to assess it and assess the water flow in the dry season and see whether is that which can generate even some minimal electricity. You know, there are many ideas. So I think that while we will start doing the water as a small project, we'll take time and study that electricity project, study all the possibilities. And also, not okay, we will start to look for partners. And it will give us time to start to see who can support, who can help us. While we are preparing, we'll see who can help us and so on. So Namo Ghana, if everything is okay, I think that we'll adopt the proposed agenda, the program for 2022, and then we'll proceed. Then all these suggestions that are coming in, we'll be taking them, and then we see exactly how we can use it to improve our work and our functioning.
Yeah, can I still say something? Can I still
Thank you, Mr. President.
Can I still say something?
Is this still on this matter?
Yes.
Can I please suggest that now, President, he said now Ghana, it doesn't actually mean that we have completely done anything to say, okay, it's finished.
No, it was from when the project committee manager spoke, at least we needed some inputs from the floor or some from the floor.
Well, that is what I, okay.
The project manager.
Okay,
He was
yes, I
addressing
understand.
to the audience.
Okay, okay. Let me just finish, please.
Okay.
I was saying that is the president who responded after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so since the president who responded after that, I saw one hand up, it was Joey Anawa. I just wanted to find out whether he also has something to say about this situation. Or is it a mistake hand up? Or okay, okay, yeah, Joanna, you have admitted yourself. Now, President, he said no. I will still insist here, please. So I'm going to do one for a very long time. Let's start something now, President suggestions. Then people will give their suggestions, and then the executive, they can go tell her born on tribal. Well, that's what I'm thinking. You can go tell her born on tribal. But I think the most important thing is that we know what we are doing. Now, President Agano, we have the water. They have given many reasons why we should do the water. We cannot go probably to say elections now to see whether we should change the program. So I just want to suggest that let's get through with what is on now, adopt it. And then, I think the executive will probably sit down and work and probably see whether they can do it the way they did the change that we first did the first time in Goni. So that is a suggestion from me. Rather than that, we keep on talking about the thing again, because there will always be ideas, there will always be suggestions. But as I think, Joanna, you still have to respond. What I think about it.
Yes, I think some people are talking too much in this meeting, which I think I have a problem with that. They have to give room for others to talk to.
Right.
What I'm saying is not everything that the host or the president has to intervene. They have to look on the floor and see if somebody has something to say to, because the host and the president, they've been intervening on every little thing that they said, which is taking so much time. That notwithstanding, we've already passed that stage. I have a few comments to make about the information which is on our screen. I was requesting the host, Dr. Leonard, to repost this costing that they have here on the forum, because what I'm saying, or to my own self, to speak to myself, this was posted. Not everybody bought into the idea that the water project was of utmost importance, that they should do that. And they never paid attention to that. That's why you see some people still requesting information about this. Had it been people paid attention, they wouldn't have been asking this question. So I think it's good for us to repost this information. And let's not rush into saying we're adopting this based on what I feel. Because if people don't understand it and you adopt it, then the contribution part of it is still going to fail, or we're still going to be at a low point when it comes to contributing. The first thing which I understand from what we've been going through here is that the moment you don't sell your project to the people, you don't explain to them correctly, that's how we're not going to get a good number of people contributing to that particular project. Then Ms. Faison made a very good point about this issue of contacting some embassies and other organizations for financing. Yes, this thing has come up so many times, but I see that they haven't taken into account what we have. Mr. Ignatius had earlier talked to us about his elder brother, Dr. Elliot, who is a professor here, a geoscientist. He's capable of giving us some kind of support in this domain when it comes to the water project that we're talking about. He's done that for other countries, other communities, even in Cameroon and other countries in Africa. We haven't thought of exploiting that. And I remember this guy was in, he was part of us in the SADECA General here. Just because some people might be, I don't know if I should say the lack of respect for elders or whatever happened, I think he felt disrespected and he walked out of this meeting. That's my take. I don't know how other people look at it. Then there is another point that Ignatius too had talked about. And somebody raised it this, no, it was still the national food rate again, talking about the fact that people that have development project going on in the village, and anybody who intends to put water in his house should be able to pay something upfront to mitigate the cost of this project. That we should look into. It's not just something that has just to go to some individuals. It's not everybody in Sabri who is going to end up having water in the house. And then still looking at what the President General said concerning the existing tanks that we have in Sabri. If I heard him correctly, we have tanks up to the church, which means we only need extra tanks and might be pipes to subsidiary location. Might be like the location which is crossing from Mr. Tekwana to our compound, and might be Pa Aso's compound, and then going down to Njago and all the other parts of Sabri. Other than that, the roads are already paved and everything is, water is running. So if we have a cost of 17 million, I don't know how they actually looked at this to be costing this much if we already have that existing infrastructure. So those are all of my comments that I have been keeping while waiting for my turn to come. I think I have made a point. Sorry if I did offend anyone with what I felt like people were talking too much. Same people. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Joey. I think you have actually made points. President, if you permit, I would just want to say from what Joey has said, can I give chance to any 2 or 3 interventions and then we draw on this?
Yes.
Because I was thinking that honestly, what somebody is correcting me again, because what I'm really thinking is that it may the executive might probably have to sit and think about it. We'll get interventions as they're coming now before you draw on it. So we'll give chance for the people to.
Waters, Commissioner want to speak. 1 second.
Can I say something?
The project manager, not.
Okay.
Yeah, Thomas.
And okay, wait, please.
The project manager.
Nitom.
Yeah, okay.
Nitom.
Right. Yeah, okay.
I beg just wait, because when you just talk, you start to talk, I don't think say yes.
Please, moderator, I would like to come in, please. Just like somebody said, we should follow the procedure. If you want to talk, put up your hand. Please.
Yes. So that's just exactly what I wanted to say. That would just don't say moderator and then start talking, please. Please. So now my explainer, we would like the people should mute themselves. If you're asked to unmute and talk, then you talk. So at this point now, I was talking and I'm moderating. I'm not like suggesting. I'm just kind of giving some easy way for us to go through this. It's not easy for me to just let everybody talk at the time they want to talk. So Joey, thank you very much for your statement. Then project manager, what Uga to add to this level can use to make comments.
Can I talk?
Yes, project manager.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just saying that I just want to tell you that some of us are right here in the village and the water is flowing. We are saying that maybe the costing of 17 million, they wanted to redo a new connecting pipe throughout. But we are saying that since we want to start progressively, we might build a tank and give the costing and buy some pipes and start doing the job gradually as it goes on. So please, let's not stop on arguing what should be done and what should not be done. We should agree to build the tanks with the money. Then with time now we can.
We will agree on that now.
Okay.
Pipes, some of them can stay, and then the new pipes will connect and give the costing as time goes on.
All right.
That's what I say.
Nokumbo, we are getting background noises. I don't know whether somebody is struggling to talk or somebody is having noises, because there are some people who have not muted themselves. But people mute themselves, please, if you can. Mute yourselves. Project manager, Marcus suggests project manager. To me, I don't know, that would look like a response to what people are suggesting. Marco, if probably people bring up their points, then the executive say the project manager and then president, you can then respond, so that it should be that you are responding after people have made their points. So, come you say, people are not raising hands again. I don't know whether.
Can we vote? Can I?
I cannot say, okay, yes, come you say, God, because I can hear only your voice
yes,
now.
Mana, just want to talk for 1 minute. There's some very, very important issue which we raised, an option, a very, very important option, but it would appear we are not really hitting the target very, very concretely. This has to do with hello?
2 devices are on.
Yeah,
okay.
So this has to do with partnership with embassies and international and national organizations, donor organizations and all of that. It is very important to hit it. It is very important to adopt it and get to work in that direction. But the prerequisite is the constitution or the association, which is not yet legalized. You know, we cannot get into those grounds without having the association officially recognized. So it doesn't take anything to get the association recognized. Let's do it now. It's going to create some other openings for the association to get support from areas that you will not even imagine. So I'm encouraging the ESCO to make hay while the sun shines, and we could be brought to contribution if there's any difficulty at the level of getting the association having its legal status. Thank you.
Okay. President Guanajiru, any interventions again before you can do this? Thank you very much, Commissioner, for being very brief.
No, I say I will thank him for reiterating. That's on our agenda.
Hello?
We will try to push with the registration of the association to completion. That's what we have on our plan of work.
Okay.
Well, I had something to say.
So just
because it's not everybody who puts hand that is visible. That's one thing that that's why sometimes I'm mute to talk. Can I talk?
Okay, yes. We're just asking for hands to be up because
yeah, I know. I said that not every hand I've been putting up in my hand for long. I don't see. It's not a
on the
visibility. That's why I have to intervene by talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I said that the project manager has spoken, and the way he sounded, it was like he was being like dictating. Because he said that it cannot be. The work has started. It cannot be. We are not going back. That was an overstatement. And again, the way they're talking, the way, yeah. I'm not finished. Let me finish. Then you.
Yeah, I know. 1 second.
Okay.
Hello, Niton.
Yes.
I've just heard your introductory part of this part of what you want to say.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that it might bring some argument. I don't know whether it's the same thing you want to continue with, or it is
no.
That
was spoken. That one has passed. You don't, why should when you bring argument? Are you afraid of argument?
No, because we know that when the argument starts.
No, you don't intercept it that way. You're not afraid of argument.
I'm moderating.
Yeah, you are
so I just wanted to make sure that
allow people to talk. Allow people to talk.
Oh, Nitom.
Yes.
Can you just listen to me at least? I have the powers as moderator to check what is going on rightly and what to, in fact, to make sure that nothing goes as wrong as it could be. I was just making comments about that first part you said, which could bring, I know it could bring some arguments. And so I just wanted to say, if you were to continue along that line, I would suggest that you go through, you say something which you have to say, not that first statement.
No, that is not polite of you. You cannot just somebody from the beginning. If somebody and earlier start to run, you start.
We're not wasting time.
You start judging him.
I have to go have other meetings.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
This up and down is not necessary. Let us organize ourselves and move on.
All right, Nitam, finish.
Okay, what I'm saying is that you just derail me in a way. Okay, I was saying that he started by giving some, pronouncing some statement which are to me were not welcoming. And again, he has come again talk that, oh, let just, it's like the one that we should give an open check. An open check that, oh, don't start doing where you end, whatever you succeed, okay, you put it on. For which I am not in support of that. Because if there's anything, do your studies, present that we are starting from A and we're ending at Z or B and so on. We should not make anything like we're giving an open check or an open this thing that people should just go and do what they can try. It's not a trial. Take time, study and come out. That from the last discussion, from the last meeting, we went and worked out, and this is our presentation. Because he's trying to say that the budget we that voted, which some of us questioned and not answered, nothing was responded. It's like he's bent that budget should pass. That's just my concern.
Okay. Thank you, Nitam. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Then can we have, who wants to talk again?
I want to talk. I want to talk.
Who is, that's Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, I want to talk.
Say that, please.
Yes, Mara take it Sadegakwe. President, I'm watching the Egakwe project Mumbo cost 70 million. Then considering existing pipe yet so many lingenge, so he kedegakwe no. That amount is too much. Angongo, you kedegakwe, no amount where eminetete reduce of one na yeah, because a cashman you only get for a pipe year a man amount too much, but now General Assembly and then Zaga Managame so he better gakwe no electricity and first, but now boy gakwe indim. I cannot begin to argue, but I mean Zaga no electricity and correct, because electricity will go with a lot of development and a lot of things that Sabri will tend to benefit. Indim Sabri all over, but now I brega but that 70 million is too much. Ngo revise that amount. And
just that people are building houses. It's not everybody who use the water. And again, electricity, everybody will use it, whether you like it or not, everybody will use electricity. So you should not be talking
Moderator.
It's not everybody who's building houses.
Now, I want to appeal. The way we are talking now, it is out of order.
Yeah.
Well, out of order, I don't have the respect as the moderator of the meeting anymore. So I just want to appeal now, Magange, would may, if you have not muted yourself, please mute yourself and let, when they say talk, you can talk. So we are really wasting a lot of time, and we have many important points that we're not taking down from what you are saying. So anyway, I think my bidding will go in. So let's go to anybody who wants to make anything. We play Gal, especially about KK Gal. I think the people are struggling to talk. Vincent, thank you very much.
1 minute.
Thank you very much for putting your hand up and waiting.
Yes,
Go on, Vincent.
boss Sabri Bondon. Sisaki Gaseke, the whole set of Sabri. A one do so can go 7 million of so go face by face. Masi be a cashman bob. Was all he be a tiny be a cashman. So go kiddies on now go pipe in the pipe in no. Sati don't do music for 5 years. Wumbo Sango judges okay pipe and go replace Catango replace. So go my face by face. Say be a tank, a be a cashman. A bengo ye me. So in the classes were kidango, hachidango. Kilwa we got 17 million, someone you pango. Down the line, when you want P4, the Saka got for constitution individual door of one jig, were mentioning it. One second in doing God, Domonge, they were paid day. So a cow now go reduce a man one of a ball. One man can do it, don't do for the main road. Was a king on Domonge, every liquid about Penani, Tiofilango Gano, the Tiongo Gano, Nama Liba Mendano. Who will go pay code? It's 17 million. So I can no go reduce and go. But that be the case. Above your minimally pay a ton for a pipe make go give a major public pipe get. You can assist a young guy. So you can no guess I be make the bongo market shooting and give one more important policy to say no. Don't go mark shooting young game berangon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vincent. And we are still taking suggestions. So the market got a tiabo kiri. Our time, President, you are noting the thing down to see what. I hope market got.
Project manager Akiga.
Project manager.
Yes.
Vincent, can you put your hand down in nations? Can I say let the project manager after project manager got? I want to please give, well, let me not conclude on this for now. Not my new conclude, but project manager said the whole today no.
You what I may better bobo. Manager Kiga mo bere abobia ganga gipa. Be a man a gabuamo on koto gan, but in Vincent he gabuamo korunge. Chawuda me G. Chawuda me G no makijiko with the some of us are even sacrificed to bring the water you're talking about right to church with our own private money. They have not spent a single franc. I'm talking to Emmanuel and Tom. The catchment which has been done now, some of us have spent our money for more than 800,000 francs right to the church in the Ndongwe. So we are not here thieves to borrow to educate with it. We are going to bring I build a tank. It's not me building it. We'll do it, build a tank, and we'll be gradual. It can cost 8 million. It can cost 7 million. We will do it gradually and give it a price. It's going to be phase by phase. The first phase can be 3 million. It's a klango, it's a klangonge. It's an accused body that no one 7 million is too much. This one is too much. We cannot succeed like that. So let's have confidence in everybody. And we go ahead with what we want to do for our village. For our quarter, water is very important. For some of us who have built houses there with flushing system. Some of them are talking about because they don't have even they have no bed there.
Okay, project manager, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So can I suggest something, Leonard? Doctor.
Yes.
Yes. Can I please appeal that just mute everybody first?
All right, I will do that. When I mute everybody, then you have to unmute yourself. Let's see if that works.
You want to build no houses to come and talk that they don't need water. They need water to do what?
Need David. Come.
No,
Need David is not becoming personal.
Moderator, you need to caution Need David for going ultra-virus. Seriously.
Correct.
So
correct.
That is.
I'm telling you.
Moderator, you can unmute yourself now, please.
Unmute yourself, moderator.
Can Mr. Leonard, Dr.
All
Leonard,
right. So-
moderator, yes, thank you.
Okay. So at this moment, Mark will just appeal a back, Mark be able to possibly one anjinati fortune to have self regulated the bush borasa gaga keke me borasa gaga because moment. But I think that we can still hold ourselves. And they need David. Now Margaret for seeing a need to work about it because Makira I think what he ended up not saying that same thing, but I think that is what has caused you to come this way, that you are not happy with their comments. So I just want that everybody should calm down. Let's forget about whatever we're arguing on now and just bring the point. Let the president and the exco sit down, gather the point, and definitely they are working for the good of Sabri. So the mango fair boy, then it talk and that is why we put the executive there to work for us. And if anything comes out as a majority, no matter, let's accept it and see how it goes. And majority is coming up now for something which we expect that the executive will definitely see it. If we have trust in everybody, let's give that trust and wait to see how they would work for everybody. I beg, would it all Gabon Magatwabu? Then Gatwa is here, and let's just be that we have identified and we have stopped it. Okay, I'm just appealing. So Ignatius, unmute yourself, please.
Can we call a vote on the resolution?
I think that
Golof, mute yourself, please.
I think that let us take what the project committee is saying, because when we are doing the water project, we should know that there should be projection. Those pipes that are there now, how many houses can those pipes supply? So they will need bigger pipes, and we know that Sabi terrain is very funny. Some of those pipes will be exposed to weather because we have to go right down to the places like Jiawo. And if you have to expose the pipe, you need pipe of some kind of quality that if you expose them, they will not deteriorate easily. So let us leave the project at the 17 million, because as Mr. Vincent said, that money might even be small. Taking that, we are projecting that in the next 5 or 10 years, the population of Sabi is supposed to double or triple. And so we cannot be working on pipe now that can supply this number of people for something that will supply in 10 years' time. So let us make a water project that will last for some time. So please let us keep the project at 17 million, work with it, because the project committee, I think they have thought it wise, and let us just work with that one and see what can come out of it. For the electricity, if we are getting solar, we should know that I suggest that for solar and electricity, we are going to work maybe like the American system, where individual will buy their solar panel, put on the roof, and then the supply of electricity will be on individual basis. So if I want electricity, the technician will now come and tell me that this is how much you will need for solar panel and this and your capacity, so that we will not have problem of sadly maintaining the lines and all those type of things. We don't even know put electricity in the houses. Personal, buy a solar panel, you get your solar energy, you get your electricity, and we don't bother that we'll be asking people to pay bills or that we'll be maintaining. We can only maintain places like the center point, whereby they can still get small solar panel for those center points, like the palace, and then they will supply electricity at that spot or in the market. But so that we don't, yes, so that's how I look at the electricity issue. We should see come down that to be an individual basis. You pay what they will assess you, and then you get a solar panel on your house.
Okay, thank you very much, National. Then when somebody is talking in Negaku, all these ones people are talking about their suggestions, because somebody may take and think that somebody is making that they must do this, they must do this. These are all suggestions which the executive is taking down and they will discuss with us at heart. So would Emily Labor Oga, we still have the floor open. In National, if you can put your hand down, please, so I can see anybody who has a hand up. Okay, no hand is up. No hand is up. So I would think that so it is left to the EXCO now, President. This is your turn. Can you respond so we can hear?
Yeah, man.
President, I think President, you are muted. Okay.
And some complain about the cost. We just have power outage here, so but you will hear me because my computer is on. So regarding costs. But sometimes don't worry about cost. When they send you an expert to go and study a project, and he measures distances, give the quality of the material that you want to do, and then they will do a costing. They will do a costing. I think when it comes to the implementation, some of the implementation, what we have as cost is indicative. When we come to the implementation, that's where we enter the reality. It's good that people understand that. That when they give you a cost, it's a projection, more or less, but it is studied and it gives you that projection. But when you start implementing, there may be some variation. There may be variations that may make the cost to be cheaper, or the final expenditure to be lower than what was estimated, or sometimes even higher. So I don't want us to look more about cost, but all is that we can say that the project committee should always work very well to get us to the direction of where we spend very little in executing the activities that we want to carry out. Will mean that we must look for cost-saving strategies and so on. But I say, as a project that was studied, that's the cost there is indicative. So we just should understand it that way. And I just say that we don't really want to be revolving on the same spot, because we can do studies and so on. It will never satisfy everybody. Everybody will always be a complaint. But it will have to think that we'll do something that will satisfy everybody. Then we'll only stand on one spot and be talking up and down. So I will just say that what we have agreed on, all is that we will try and put our strategies to try to use very well the very limited resources that we have, because we know the resources are too limited. So I was just saying that let's not worry so much about cost. We're going to do our best to ensure that the little money we have, we do as much work as possible. So I would think that we should leave this issue on project and then on our work plan. And since we have been talking only about the water and something about electricity, we are finally certain that we should go ahead with the water project, because, and then we look very well on how we'll tackle this electricity issue. Just you start seeing, National started talking about an approach. There will be others who will do other approach, whether it should be an individual approach or a central or a community approach and so on. All those ones, one will do a good study of it, we will present and put all the approaches so that we will examine and select the one that is best for us. So with this, I just want to say that we should now leave our work plan as we have made contributions to it, and then we move forward.
So can I go on, President?
Yes.
Yes, while we Gange, I want to think that maybe we were about to adopt this, then we should pay. Let's leave as it is and then go ahead. So it means that probably people will not be very clear whether they have taken a decision on whether they are doing water or electricity first. And to add to that, these are just some contributions which are coming in, which I want to get you to know and put in your reasoning box with your executive. One member on the chat says we must remind ourselves that the number of participants in this Zoom meeting is a small proportion of SADECans. And then the next person says, let's be polite in our discussions, which I'm just reading the chat, but it was and then know how to handle the situations. The next one, so let's be careful about resolutions that would come from this small group. There may be a need to use another forum that will allow more people to evaluate the proposals that shall come out from this meeting. So those are things you may have to put down that you will use to draw any conclusion on what we have just been talking about this topic. So from what I now see is that we have not yet adopted the plan. Bob, I understand we can get president that we have not yet adopted, as you say, we should go forward. Can you
well, man, I think that we cannot really say that we have not adopted the plan. I think the only point there is some people talk of electricity, and we have been able to explain why we think that we cannot do the electricity project now. And what we explain is not something that somebody counter, because why we explain, what we actually gave as reasons why we can't do the electricity project now. We said that very clearly, and nobody came up with any other approach that we can do it successfully. Because if there was any, because if you just say that electricity, but we tell you that this is our limitation. We cannot attain that project because of this. And if you were to say that electricity, okay, then you will give us a suggestion on how we should tackle it. But just saying that electricity without any maybe way of how we should go about it, given the constraints that we indicate, but we cannot say that we can accept electricity for now. But we have put it as a project that we will study and present to the Sabi people, and then we will engage on it. You know that we put a list of priority projects. We were just coming through this process because we had done it before. We have prioritized these projects. If we were doing it again, it was just to say that we still try to, look and really see if there are real tangible reasons why we must shift from what we had originally prioritized. But so far, we're saying that with the way we started, we were contributing for the water project, and they were ideas of electricity, but we see that it is not possible for us to engage the electricity project now. So we continue with the water project.
Okay, President, just
yes.
The last thing, go ahead. I don't want to put it as if, let it be understood as if the population is arm twisting, the number of people arm twisting the executive to take to do something which probably they may, more people may want to. So, suggest would you permit that people should, since we don't have much time now, would you permit that people should contact you with their proposals of what and the reasons now and give a way now that they have not given a way on how to do what we are planning to do. If you can give time to the people and say within this time you expect probably to send their suggestions written detailing to the executive so that you can take and study them, and probably somebody who would not have enough time in this meeting, let people send their detailed explanation to you so you might see more of what you want to see inside, and then now draw a more informed decision or conclusion.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. It's a good suggestion. So We can give the time. All is so it should also give us if we have to do something this year, then we must put it in plan and do it. So maybe a period of 2 weeks. So that if it is any suggestion, because the suggestion, if we're suggesting a project, we look at our resources, we look on how realistic we can realize that project. And if we have said that with electricity, we should be looking at a figure above 30 million. But if we were to go to the approach that Mr. Tekwa National was suggesting, that people do their individual electrification, then we will not be looking at it as a community project. So we'll just give that time. People should say, if it's electricity, how we should approach it. Because it is not good if sometimes you want to talk on something. It's good you get some background information. Because if you just talk without really some background information.
Money will build chief house.
You know that you will not be helping us, especially when we meet in a group like this to discuss.
Okay. So now, considering that President Mojuku, I think considering what you have said, I think that if there's a means you actually put out clearly what you want people to say, the details you want them to talk about, so that you can use that to stop now with the Ghana. What procedure do they want and this and that? So when people are sending information within the 2 weeks, you should have the information that you need from them. Because clearly, for a meeting in Jitsono, I think there's very limited time for people to convince and give a convincing discussion, which might be the one that would help us to say, okay, this was the better option. So, so now, from what I seem to see, if I can let Golov intervene, and then we say that we have not adopted it and waiting for the 2 weeks, could we say so, President Demin? And Golov Gaba?
Yeah,
okay. Yes, okay, thank you very much. One of the things that Englishman says, procrastination is the thief of time. It's always good, in my opinion, to take a small project, realize it, and then we move to the bigger ones once we're ready. We build momentum. The water tank and the catchment are things that the resources that we have in hand today can realize. I think, why can't we just vote, adopt that, and then say we want to realize that, get that out of the way, and then leave it as such. If water is flowing on the lines, okay, we'll design a way how people will be getting the water into their houses and things like that, while we move on to the electricity project. If we have to delay again, this is the General Assembly. If we have to delay again, it means we are asking the President General and his team to make decisions on our behalf. We're here. We've seen the resources. We've seen the proposals. If we could just adopt that, okay, go to the tank and the catchment, send water into the existing pipes, and then come back to us with a clear estimate as to how much it will cost to take the other parts. I think that would be a way forward. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Gola. While I want to say that that is a possibility that may come out from after the 2 weeks, we could 2 weeks, okay, we double. I want to think that it is a possibility. What you are saying may come out from the decision that the president will collect all this information and the detailed information. They will come out with what they will do on our behalf. So please, we may lay a sad details. Now, he ganga the Gano base, you understand explanation. within the 2 weeks, President, unless we may delay, I want to think it may take a little bit above or even less than 2 weeks, so that the President can work on it fast. Let's not say that we're delaying our projects. So President Berenga, can you send the information to him, detailed, explain, talk about what you think we can do, how we can do it. Like all of us, try to also give us a convincing explanation. Maybe all of you still have to also write your own too, so that any other one that somebody writes, they have to study all that together. But tonight, this will president sign the wrong thing. So let's please take this resolution. So one, President, we have not adopted, but given 2 weeks. And if you have any details, send to him, let them study, and then come out with an informed decision, which will be in the favor of the majority of Saudi people. I think that we cannot satisfy 100% anytime. We want to satisfy the higher percentage. So with that, I think, President, this matter, we can move to the next agenda. Thank you for the giving us the 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
So, boss, I've let current mineko kemakezo sabla kwa map enduma pay for tap, swimming pool, and all those kind of things. But to be honest, this is the best thing we are doing and arguing like this. And we definitely know that we are going to do it no matter what. So this one, the next item, I'm on a word from the project committee.
Yes, this is Akudev, member of the project committee.
Okay, thank you, Dave. I have some people. Can some people first unmute them, mute themselves? Then I could Dave guard, then you can raise. And if you want to talk, please. Okay, yes. Go on, Dave.
Yes, about Amagakwe adoption, that was a plan of work for 2022 and an item from my project. And the project we're arguing on is either taking water or electricity, not contributing, but the rest of the thing, sensitization, every other thing, I think it is in place. In a water can make most of the projects, no. The project committee, if they work it out and then carry it to the ESCO confirm and send it to the general forum, and taking this plan, I think it will reduce the many talks. Bonga, if we take the water or whatsoever, electricity, costing will scare people and all those things. But in reality, as the president rightly said, let the project committee sit with the ESCO and come out with a good plan or what they have accepted to do and start with the execution, because as this 2022 will pass without us doing something, and mean that they are discouraging people from contributing, from fundraising. So at least something within this 2 weeks, we are already accepted. Within these 2 weeks, something must come. And when it comes, the project committee should work in conformity with the ESCO, and then before they send to the general forum, so that it should not bring in noise. That is what I was thinking of. But that the rest of the thing that we have said we're going to do as plan of work for this year, I don't see any reason why we should cancel it or we should hold it. Like sensitization, continue ways of the continual fundraising and the rest of the thing. I don't see, is there anything wrong with that one?
Okay, they should stop anything with that one. I think the major thing was just this water and electricity. We're waiting for these 2 weeks to get the thing, which they will now draw a conclusion on that particular one. I think the other one, nobody has, according to me, nobody has any argument with it. So everyone in project committee, work with project committee. I don't know whether that is just it of that is the word from the project committee or there's something else to come, President.
Okay, in effect, we thought that when we made the plan was that if we had settled on a project clearly, the project committee will tell us how we want to start and go about it. But now that we still want to take a little bit of time to settle on exactly what we want to do. And now that we can skip that unless the project committee just had any other thing to say. They can take the floor. But if they were to talk only based on the choice, the decision that we have on the project that we have decided that we're going to do for 2020. So if they don't find themselves with anything to say, they can just leave it. When we will settle on the project after the 2 weeks, then anything we will then use the general forum to inform the
Need a wait.
Yes.
Yes. We are getting some reflection from you, some interference. You can mute yourself. We can even hear you properly because the interference discussing. I'm hearing myself from you. I'm not getting you clearly. So that's why I don't know whether you have two devices or you are putting the mic, you are putting the speakers on.
Your microphone is on.
Huh? When are they?
Your microphone is on.
Yes, Inga interference. It's my computer. Hello, need a bit. Okay. All right. So, President, should we take that that is the word from the project committee, or?
Yes, for now, I think that since we have not yet settled, because as I said that they were going to say something and tell us how they were going to start with the project that we have said we have adopted for this year. Since we're getting even 2 weeks for people who want electricity to convince us not to start with the water and turn to electricity by making concrete suggestions on how we can go about the electricity project. So if that 2 weeks elapses and we don't see any real direction in the start of electricity, we will continue with the water project.
Agreed.
As originally planned.
Okay. So I'm very sure that Bojupa issues an opportunity to please make sure that you convince us, convince Assembly and the executive especially, so they can work on our behalf. So that's from the project committee. Ignatius, your hand is up.
Yes. Gemi gaga ke gona kiri now gake to what is legal to spending. If you have an idea about the electricity project, how we can be collecting money and doing it bit by bit and going ahead, we will accept. Or whatever, but we want that we should not just say electricity. Tell us exactly how we can go about it. Yes, I mean, convincing us, because we have actually said that it is difficult. We should take time and prepare for the electricity project, because for us it's a complicated project to do, and it's not something that you can play. You can go and hang anything you will connect, there will be no electricity.
Okay. We have 2 hands were up. I saw it was okay. That's Ignatius and Joey. So if we can get these two interventions, if it is, I don't know what you want to talk about, but if we can just cut it very quickly and go to another, which is a very, very important point. I don't know how long that is going to take us.
Yes, let me say something. We should not be doing what we call dancing by the dance. I think that we are 1 year since we started raising funds for the water project. Please, let us stick to the water project. Let us not come with electricity project now. For me, those who want electricity project, if we want to get electricity project, we had earmarked one of us who was used to solar electricity. So I think that let the executive go and contact the expert while we are embarking on the water project. Let it be, the electricity project should be at the level of consultation now. Let us go straight to the water project because they brought an agenda. We adopted the agenda, and now we are saying that we are going to rethink about the water project. No, we should not be working in this manner.
Okay, all right, Ignatius, let's not put it in the form of an argument and say no, but at least the point is noted. All right, Joey. Unmute yourself, Joey.
Yes, I think what we were trying to decide by saying that 2 weeks, people should write a concrete plan of action in terms of the electricity, something which is not feasible, considering that most of us are not expert in that field. 2 weeks is very small time. So as Ignatius is saying, I would go with that line where Ignatius is saying that we didn't really go much into talking about the electricity. Because for us to talk about the fact that we want to give 2 weeks, it's just like you're trying to adopt the water project in some other different method. So let's not try to make things look, I don't know how to even put it or qualify it. Let's accept the fact that we're going to work on the water project. For me, I would prefer that maybe they should work on a plan on telling us that doing the catchment is going to cost us this amount. Not talking about an entire project of 17 million. Let them come up with that project that doing the catchment and the tank is going to cost us this amount, and that's what we're going to work on. Because if I hear all what I heard intervention from Golof, I heard from Vincent, they were all referring to that fact that we're going to work on the catchment and the water tank, and which everybody's applauding that that's what we're going to work. So let's make a cost on that particular aspect and work on it. That's my simple point of intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, I think I should thank Joey for making that precise. And on the screen, you can see the cost of the catchment and the tank. If you look there, it is put there, that lot 300. That's point number 3.
I see that.
I see, yes. So if you see that, that is the catchment and the tank. You just look at those 5 items there.
Can you enlarge it a bit?
Let me say one thing. Hold on, please. I will give you a chance to talk. Let me say one thing. As I said before, know that most people don't keep these statistics. Can we just repost it? People are going to see it and understand and believe in what we're doing. That's all I'm saying. Repost it to the forum, and that's what we're going to look at it and know that this is what we're working on 3, as you said.
No, I agree. We will continue to post.
Okay.
It's just like we post the situation of financial contribution. And today, just a few days ago, and today somebody was still asking the details of financial contribution per coordination and so on. Maybe it's something that we posted just 2 days ago. So, but we'll continue to post. So if you see here, you will see that the catchment and the tank, the estimated budget there is 3.8 million to do a good catchment and a good capacity tank.
So, President,
that is just something we can realize.
That towards the end of this meeting, we are almost coming to a consensus on the water project. Do you want to believe me, Mr. Moderator?
Agreed. Yes, I want to believe you.
Yes.
I want to believe you, but the thing is that when something is taking this time like this, it means we are getting more perfect. It's not, to me, it's rather something which is positive, that we are bringing in many points from which we are going to select the best ones and use for a successful project. I think that we shouldn't depend a lot more on time. Like you said, Joey, I want to think that let's give that too is that Bobima Gange, they probably have something which you don't know. You don't know what they have found out. Then they will give, the president has accepted the 2 weeks, whatever it is, they will draw a conclusion, which I suppose that would be the best that we can get at this time. So, we are carrying on with this, the tank and everything as we see here, then I don't think anybody is going to be to blame again that they said this and it was not done. But within that time, if it doesn't go, it means everybody now has agreed that, okay, this was the best option.
Okay.
So, yeah. All right. So, Akude, if you can mute yourself and yes. Next thing, President, strategies and suggestions on fundraising projects.
Yes. Well, maybe just say something. I think all along we have been talking about these strategies one way or the other.
Good. Yeah.
Yes, we have been talking about it. You know, all what people suggested, we're going to try to write them out and then we share it on the general forum. But the most important thing is that we would like to encourage all the coordination. Once we agree on the strategies, we must make an effort to set it rolling in all the coordinations. Nobody should stay behind. Because when we agree, if some people are doing and some are not doing, that's where you will see that the whole thing may not work as we have planned. But we want that the coordination should take all what we decide and agree upon, make it, take it as something that all of us have agreed and try to do it so that if all of us are implementing all the strategies that we have suggested, doing all our best, I think that will bring results. I just want to say this because when we said that we'll finish with the fundraising, the launching, and then we went to going out for the rest of the people. Some people went to sleep and no results came. And you know that if we go to sleep, you can never get results when it comes to raising money. To take money out of somebody's pocket, you must be behind that person. In most cases, there are just few people that will understand and give. You see, the few that could understand and give, they have already done so. But the other people, there are people that we must run behind them. So I just want to say that we will build up what has been suggested in the course of this, our discussion, and we will now send it. We'll first discuss it at the ESCO level. We share it, mold it, or amend it, and then we send out to the coordinations. But we don't want to say that what we send should be taken into or should be implemented as such. You know, each coordination builds its own strategies adapted to the how their people are, how they get their money, and how and so on. So some of these strategies will be specific to coordinations. Can do strategies that are specific to them, and knowing how their people behave when it comes to fundraising, how the time that they get money, and so on and so forth.
Okay. So that was about the strategies and the suggestions. Maybe somebody wants to throw in something. To throw in place. Even the president, Gange, he had just introduced and explained what that is Malaborgeshi understanding and you don't have anything, fine. But if you have something to throw in, please, you have the floor. Raise your hand and let's see who wants to say a thing. The Boma Jirongu. Okay. Apparently, Saud Emil Lebois, the irresponsible President she introduced Ganovu, which therefore means that. Wait. Golof.
Yes.
Golof,
Yes.
mute yourself, please. Commissaire Golof. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. So with that, since no one is coming, I take it that nobody has any comment or suggestion to throw on that. The waterman on other matters. Other matters. Would Emily what other matters, please? So we go through that. Who raises the hand first speaks first.
I have something to say on that. I said.
Okay, Olaf.
Okay. Possibly my work done. And I want to say this because I think Mateba Sabli, I am close to 55 years old now, which means I've seen a bit in our quarter. I know the way that we behave. I know the way Sabri people treat other Sabri people. I've seen it growing up, even with our parents. They will get into a house, they argue, they talk, they don't take it personal. The next minute, you see them drinking together, you see them eating together. That was the spirit of Sabri, a Sabri man. When we go to Nkun or we go to Njua, we go to Kutin, we go to any other place, it doesn't matter whether somebody had a problem. As long as a Sabri man is being touched, other Sabri people will join to protect that person. And they'll come back home, we talk. In our little time that we grew up in the village, I didn't see Sabri people. We'll go and play, no, do our normal infighting, but we didn't take it personal. I am shocked. I speak now as somebody who's been in a position of leadership here in the United States. It has actually baffled me that when they talk of development in the United States, most of these projects that we're talking about the general work community are projects that are supposed to be taking place in Sabri. And it has baffled me and really embarrassed me that the greatest opposition of these projects that are coming to Sabri, the greatest opposition that I face, the greatest abuse that I face are from Sabri people. And I ask myself, how can we be fighting against ourselves? Even if it is what? A Sabri man, I know, is a very smart man. Because Matebe Mune was Sabri Nalayana, Narange, Amalamazi Asabli. Before we start talking and saying, we will not fight that it should never come. And most of the time, we don't even take time to look at our facts before we make declarations. We accuse people without any facts. We don't advocate that there should be audits or something that will give you the ammunition. You just sit and start attacking your brother, putting them in harm's way. I'm very, very disappointed. And I said, let me put it here. The recent one that is taking place, where all over the internet, Ngwo people are now attacking other Ngwo people, threatening them with witchcraft and all of that. I asked myself, was there not a better way? Can we not sit? Look at the discussions we've had here today. Can we not sit? Can you not call? Have we, the hatred, has it been too much that we cannot even call our brothers to say, let's sit down and have an adult discussion? Is that what we want to build? Is that the Sabri we're struggling to build? One which I look at my brother as an enemy with no facts. I go on the internet and I publish things and write things with no verification. You don't even know anything. You go and start writing and commenting, telling lies and sabotaging people. So I said, let me bring it here. Let us all look at it, look at ourselves and say, was there not a better way for us to resolve some of these issues? Must we resort to these attacks and innuendos and things that do not take any community anywhere to settle disputes? There are going to be disputes, but why should we take it public and make it so personal that we cannot even sit down as brothers and sisters and say, let us look at this and at least speak the truth. The truth. Instead of fabricating lies just because you want to bring somebody down or just because you want to attack somebody. I don't think that's the Sabri that you and I were struggling today to build. Because if that's the way, I'm out of it. So I said, let me bring it here. Let all of us reflect and look at it and ask ourselves, are there no better ways? We are the light of Ngwo. Whatever thing we do, we lead the way. If we start attacking each other and behaving the way we're behaving, what lesson are we teaching the other Ngwo people?
Okay.
So we occupy the leadership position. If we start fabricating lies just to bring down people,
I think
what lessons are we teaching our people?
Golub, I seem to see you are very tense, you are angry. Your point is really very clear. I think
no,
just finish.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is an opportunity that we have to talk honestly to ourselves.
Okay.
Because if we encourage Sabri people to take positions of leadership, and then we are the same Sabri people that attack them based on lies, then what Sabri are we building?
Okay, okay. Vincent.
Yeah. But Mongo got so because it has reached a point that we must maybe get our ancestors who may be sleeping, whose spirit may be among us, so awake them to listen to this. It was too much. Now Golo Gano, Sabrina Kengo, Sabrina Kefabengo, a development of Ghana, you quasi for Sabri. Come a boy de me one, c'est des qui quoi Alana Nango way. Was Alana Nango way, c'est des Kidimba, Papa Wako, c'est late Patabongon of Yamakingonge. The Abuake Kamus Maganongo, both fear, the Quanengo, Mekako Mobu, both fear of Sabri was a great Nango, enu ango saki gabwad ingo public what e gane it is about it say biri bango kazo about the kazo about of the age group e kirki bwana ngone ni enashos mani ni tom abo fiuno me kwa nengebo me kwa bungo debo e kwango bro keda ga njem bro saki gabwad de e bro we encore de kede pe e bwana waki gano e go len pass fa kwa tanza o len pass fo go no zogo tere de zoya age group me kwa nengebo within my own age group eri wune golo wune gosin tembe wune jumbo wune abobi ma age group zange e bo de ngo fa sabre me ke gane modi ngo zo ngo kwe bracket de bo no ne ngo de ke fa age zo ngo reason choncho bo zo sem prosa cha tsebe e kwata tra kira bo tsobo nke ngo mama ngwe jo mo ke ngo mama ngwe e na no bo ngo we e nwa na no bo ngo na fosi so kuncho ko sa bonto ngo magara mabubu ntrakwe bosaki gabwa de ebo de fa tunya ki ga zu ngo kwa go fa sabri ngo tewe ne age group ngebo wo la bosel ma age group bie she mama na ngo kwe mani zu ngo gba no ndembo se kelike bwa no woni e ba ngo jete de kwangbe ni fu bwa maki jiri nge nge.
Thank you, Vincent. Any intervention again? Wotrakuga.
Monega. David.
No, I didn't. Okay. Okay. Me, David.
Okay. Me, David. Yes.
Okay. It looks like. Sorry. Just got device. I don't know what is actually the matter. I'm telling myself, not even you. Check out whether there's any other interference from something else.
I don't know.
And I'm just hearing you very faint. Background noise.
I don't know.
No. I don't know.
Ni David green video ngori audio. Gliwe chewa for video ngori audio.
Ngori audio. Imana Alambranga. Okay, me green video.
Yes.
Yes. The other people should mute, please, because okay, need David go on, yes.
Yes, me berangon unepe about to ganjo no will come bobo and nobody abobe gano visa gabo de chongo mem gema gama ko true because obom bo agejima jiringe ekene nwo prince bon na do sabli na wo ni tom I mean empla ni dan mu chomo no ngo no video no fo she gam for gape agape we need for na for ngo come on for asablibo come on for a principal so informing labor de abobe ni advance for so meeting de bozi bonda bo klongo bonda ngo gabo ngo ki gange burungo sa ga ko be ko sabwa
yes, go on. Need of it. Okay, while need David, we have lost him. Dr. Tabe.
Yes, topic so Emma no it is a very sensitive topic. And not topic mala Tony handle with tactable. I am not a prophet. War is at the verge of an implosion. And so that's my guy. We were very hesitant. And you know, me to not managers my guy, timidly. And God, there is no guarantee that all these lofty projects, they may end up being castles in the air. If there is no peace, if there is no unity, water projects, Omaga, and so on, we are just wasting our time. The time has come. A bit so sabli. to come to reason. And more better things and I'm more blunt. I am always blunt. We don't follow the crowd, we follow the truth. Maki Gapongo, make me do nunjubunzoro. A video be Emma social media, they are disgusting and they are very shameful. And Makime expect to bois sabli. Those of us who are living in a glass house will be the ones throwing stones. And with their gun on, we have a lot of projects coming to Sabri, and we are the very people standing on our way. This is self-inflicting, something that is more than self-inflicting. And Fongwo, Pombena Engona, 86 years old. And Fongwo, what he needs now, he's an ailing fun. He's a patriot, and he has been graced by God. Making that H-book. If there is something our father, our fund wants from us now, it is that we assist him so that his last days on earth, making inchwe, can I in 10 years or whatever, I'm not God. Malat songole pe enfongo nyimitiengwe. At this point in time in his life, I may not forgive anybody. And to be nega at a certain age, naturally, we have this dwindling mental capacity, dementia. And Fongo, please, and Fongo, I think, Engo classically dementia. And Omagano need dan anago. May trans ongo more than 5 times. May gaba about telephone. Manaki Gabin go directly. What he did was very wrong, and he doesn't represent Sabri. Need dan Ega could be in a meeting between and for the meeting the bongo. Need dan go sa preside. Need dan get come president SADECA. Engo come president traditional council. Engo come for anything. I'm gonna just Sabri man. And like I said, I'm blunt on it and make it. When I'm speaking the truth, I don't really bother. You take it. That is just who I am. Abuani then a gange, they were disgusting. And it has provoked a lot of, things where Emma Nigli in the background. I've been silent all this while. But I think we can kill this with this hatchet. We can destroy this evil from within, because we are the ones. It's about Sabli. We are the problem. Come on, Kokobo. I can say this again and again. Come on, Kokobo. Nanson. So, but Sabli, we are hot-blooded. We are disrespectful. I want to Gandhi. Elliot, Professor Elliot Aglino. That is just where we are. Managani was Sabli to we are an embodiment of arrogance. It is very true. Let him go to anywhere. Who and Gunma would Tebengo respect our web. Kimen Jubus no, Edrel and Fongo are innocent. And Menaki Gamena got bought and do songa, Etonagam Fondo. But by the time we leave this place, the intention will get by the special grace of God, to stop this, to stop a habit zone. Elekabem wongombi. Inga abem wo go ancho. Labangot so a bo. Even the forest village bangot so a bo. So could some matemaga question bonto ma misbehave. It is not correct. Ngoni imagine kon ege kunge for social media. People get crucified away. Dr. Coco Matthew in the mid-90s, and now GCE board. Each year, and at a lay where a GCE, and one from a court to Nkun, and Gakma discriminable. And now Bwongo, Manazo and Aga Kebikmo, Begid Ozuma Gatsongo as secretary. In that virtually everybody was in woman. About 2/3 of Abama Fwe, Kidme Bamendak, and now Bwongo, and Sani elder brothers, bona mana yes amana Simon. This very need to come woman no. A permanent head of secretariat, something like that. Permanently, and in one presidential appointments in the and the same mouth are biting the fingers. Akoko is an illustrious son of war. That is my position. And it is the position of a majority of war people. We cannot beat our brother and throw him outside. Give me commit my crimes. And I know his mind. And that's why I'm saying, and make him pretend I am just who I am. And when I keep President SADECA, we'll get no measures, and we'll get set up a committee, a commission, more doing over commission, to go being for. And first of all, come from our right or wrong. So we have to bow down to the phone. That is our culture, it is our tradition. And Akoko Matro Magakungo Owundu Agabin phone. May Mazongoncho. He told me a lot of things. I will not share them here. That man has never ever disrespected the phone. I want to make Gano. It's all the disable. When it got to go kiri. But he began not disrespectful. At a certain point, if what tango do and by lingering boy after all what you go for a bengunge. Apart from Dr. Coco Matthew, Mani late Ambo Jacques Emilie, Ango she sacrificed it is prove a bengo, go Ango be do a bengunge. Make it so Boba Wakeke to many itenge. And this is not Makichizo de Abengo, as Okini ever more Dr. Coco. And Mona Ganang was Sabino. Nobody is more sably than any other. And nobody is closer to the phone than any son of war. Than any son to bene eight in the rabots one day. Ngowa ready. Boba menakigand boba wakeke. Something is cooking. Our mama would when wood and no cook. Everybody, including your neighbors. We are those in the glass house. So I want to crave for the indulgence of my brothers and sisters that this is not time for arrogance nor pride. The fact that we should humble ourselves. And imagine a war Cameroon for 40 years. We are not such people. So President Menaga make something be done and done soon. More ready to sacrifice anything. I will put my own money and I'll put my life on the line. Many botanga emperagaya glinge. Need the just decide. How could he say such a thing? These were very, very dangerous statements. I dissociate myself from that. So Moju could make God for long. I'm more burning back all of this in the bone. But Sabli Banokiman go gabo bet they are bitter about it. So meaning imagine not just over Sabli to my botan, you can imagine what is happening out there.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Dr. Tabe. Is there any other intervention? This is a serious matter. And the way people have concentrated to listen.
Can I
intervention?
Yeah.
Where you can see, okay, Ignatius. Okay, Ignatius, yes. Well, Ignatius, please. There is Napoleon who has not spoken at all. Can you let him talk? Napoleon, unmute yourself, please. Sorry, Ignatius, excuse me.
I greet everyone. Actually, I've been following every suggestion, everything that's been taking place. And I would like to appreciate the last speaker. We all have to be united in order to achieve anything we're engaging in. I'm very, very embarrassed to hear all this. It's like I didn't know what was going on, but I can say that I'm not happy with what is going on with our quarter and with our village as a whole. We have to show more love, more love. Even when we feel hurt, we have to show more love. That's what I learned today, and that's what I'm also asking each and every one of us here. I'm just a youth, learning from all of you. We have to take your footsteps as you age out. So I am pleading that you direct us, show us the way for us to take over when you're all gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Napoleon. Very, very precise. Ignatius.
Yeah, please, as we have said, this is a very sensitive issue. And my name has been called, I have been castigated. And I want to tell all of us that I'm not coming to defend anything that I have done or I have said, because I know that what I was saying or what I've been doing is the right thing that I did. Mr. Waters, you will remember when we were in Yaoundé and when we actually revived SADECA in Yaoundé, what was it actually for? Because Sabri was castigated and we, some people in Yaoundé said that no, at least if you look at all the officials of Nkuda, Sabri was nowhere to be found. And we said, okay, we are men, we must have some official Sabri person in the rims of Nkuda. And that is how I became the president of Nkuda Yaoundé. That shows all of us that when the concern Sabri, and go along, I am unflinching. Okay, we have called, some people have called Mr. Jacques Ambo Emile. And I want to tell Dr. Ntabe that when Mokala Didi came to Ngwo, did he know the role that Mr. Jacques Emile played when Mokala Didi came to Ngwo? He was like somebody going in front of Mokala Didi, and Mokala Didi was doing all those his nonsense that he was doing. That was very detrimental to Ngwo culture. And we know what Mokala Didi did in Ngwo. He burned people. And in Ngwo, among all the people in Ngwo, there were the Sabi people where they took stone and shot their father with. Yes, Letitia Moso was shot by his own children. He was chased in Ngwo and he was running. That was Sabri. Mokala Didi intervened and told Ngwo people, the bad people that were in Ngwo, according to him, but it was only Sabri people who were chasing and applauding how Sabri children were chasing and stoning their father. It was only Sabri people who lived their lives. I can remember Ufonga's father. I can remember this man in Tembe. I can remember those people who were lynched. I can remember Indayo, who was buried alive by Sabri people. And I have been crying all this as they were happening. And Sabri people were mocking at me. And some people were telling me that, Ignatius, what nonsense are you saying? And I have said it that all these things are building up. It will reach a stage whereby all of us will be ashamed of ourselves. And this is the stage that all of us are ashamed of ourselves. Yes, the epitome of hatred, the epitome of terrible behavior is the killing of somebody, is the lynching of somebody. It was only in Sabri where, in the Amber Boys, the other one took a gun and shot his Sabri man with it. Sorry, and shot somebody with it. That is Sabri. Huh? Yes, okay. Please. Are you?
Why not complete it? Sabri, that an elderly Sabri man went and reported Sabri man to take a whole family to jail. Why didn't you complete it?
No,
why didn't you complete that?
Vincent, mute, Vincent. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Excuse me. He's at work and maybe he has been called off for a duty.
Definitely, I have seen it. Everybody, I'm sure that everybody must have seen that he was at work. So those are interventions that have come. We are waiting to hear whether there is anybody else. Let's give maximum 2. If a few minutes or seconds pass and nobody is intervening, we suppose that is the last one. Okay, so I want to think that the speakers who have brought up this matter and spoken about them, they must have definitely spoken to detail that we all understand what the situation is. Now it is a matter which is down that, Mr. President, you and your executive, maybe you will start thinking of the way forward, which I think is a task. I don't know, I should say an uphill task. Otherwise, our development now, here analyzing it is down to nothing. If this is going to implode, like somebody said, possibly to implode. So, President, over to you.
Okay, so yeah, I listened to what was raised. I am aware of it myself about this situation prevailing. And you know, anyway, you know that it's something that goes and touches the phone and he speaks and it comes public. And I would say that from the intervention, first of all, I think there are 2 ways. There are 2 things that have been raised here. Sabri people attacking Sabri people, especially when they're in position of leadership to direct. And then this issue of the fund going public on certain issues to the right to suspending the national ESCO of Nkuda. If I were to say something, what really concerns Sabri is the first one. And to a certain extent, the issue of Nkuda, because that one will not say it's I really don't want to take that as something that we should be talking at the level of SADECA. So for me, we will talk mostly on the issue of Sabri people, where in some cases we say they should take leadership position. And the few that are in leadership position, you have a stiff, maybe people who, instead of maybe calling you, if you are making even some few mistakes, calling you behind, they go very, very frugal on the issue. It's something that we should discourage and know that we must show love and support to any of us who is in a position to discharge some functions, especially when it comes to even the Sabri itself or to the Nguo village. So instead of criticizing, I mean, to that kind of negative criticism, let's turn up to positive by advising, suggesting, and in a very good manner, because it's not in public. It's if I want to suggest something to you that I know that I want to give you support as a brother, I will know how to beckon on you, call you that this issue like this, I suggest that we should go this way and so on. And to tell you that, give you strategies and advice from behind. Then you take it now and you go public. But that one that if you are now in the public, this person is starting to you talking this way, talking this way, talking this way. it's true that it's not good. So it's something that we will plead. We will plead within ourselves, because there is nothing that we can do but to call on ourselves that that approach or that habit is not correct, and we should desist from it. Bruneke, you are in Britain, or I mean in Europe. I am in Cameroon and so on. So what is so many gaga many clone? So come on, food here. So man, nunca ma urugo de ibu, but what big ake. Both na boss sabi. So get me lay kake to na bo capital. Now to ma do ozoropo. And to ninge. To try ake. So me lay bois de boss. So gamma chimichi de jumo together. Kawo de ngweme tawa to ma liri an action. Umaki soze body, zongo, gabongo, and so on. It should not rather be a confrontation or put in a way to belittle the person. And again, we must look at the general good, because body sometimes you leave the general good and you may looking specifically at your point of view. So, in as much as in Goni Buan Kudano, a bona Gano, manage sometimes, like Dr. Tabana Gake, this should be a small commission to go and talk to the phone. Market being a good name, waiting for the Gabwadi. It will be a little bit too hasty for us. I'm giving my point of view. So Nunzo the Kiribwambuga Zanaga explosion. It's true that Bob have different and varied opinions about what is happening. They have different. People interpret it in different ways. One go Gamongondi, one go Gamongondi. But more just gake. So then the Enzo and Yenzode. Jumobono. So when they got to go to the committee, go to more Jun, to bois what's on any thing. The guys also said the key never was on any really quick. The moment said to the committee, it is Jumo what's on any thing. It's been on these two issues. Ubang Kuda. So we got it in for Higa, we got in Wongo, no Kilea for a body. That one will not hastily go into that one. But I've got to committee to get okay. So kill for bodies are going go, Marigake. If one could and go, come really was a little, the Wabe. So I mean, no, we're already also saying that in Koda is savvy, but we don't want to conclude it that way. So, Monjukaki, so much she body is just to suggest how these 2 points that have been raised, how we can just make a small paper that we will publish on our forum on how we should behave and show love to one another and support one another. We can write up something that will put that from the SADECA, from the side of SADECA, this is how we propose that we should work. And we beg on everybody to follow what we have suggested. Nebo money gange, but nagake going on for Nkoda. I don't want us to take it as a SADECA issue.
Please, I am sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was at work and I'm just taking time to talk in this hour.
Yes, Ignatius, we understand that. We just saw how you went. Can you finish what you had to say?
Let me just give some few statements. I think that when we look at Ngwo, we look at the royal family, we look at our quarter Sabri, then we look at the enlarged Ngwo. That is how I perceive Ngwo. And since we have the royal family, who are supposed to be the custodian of our culture in Ngwo, they are the first on the front line to see that Ngwo is whole. Then Sabri comes next, and then the whole Ngwo will come. You know that Sabri is the only from Ngwo. And all what some of us are trying to do is to try to maintain the royalty or try to maintain the traditional values of Ngwo. That is all what some of us are trying to do. And we will recall that there is a book called The Blueprint of Ngwo. When you write a book of that sort, it is for not only Ngwo people to read, but the whole, everybody who wants to read should read the book and know what it means. In the blueprint, the chief author, Dr. Akeke, put it in black and white that Nkuda is an arm of administration of the Ngwo village. That cannot be the case. Nkuda should have nothing to do with the administration of the Ngwo village. And it is put in that blueprint. When the blueprint was introduced in America here, in Mr. Isaiah Waters' house, I raised up my hand and I said that why we should look at this point critically. And those people, some people said that, oh no, we should brush it out. They said no, that will be discussed in some other fora. And we are seeing the consequences of what
business.
Yeah.
No, listen, Mitch, calm down.
It is Sabri business. It is Sabri business. And the point is that Dr. Mr. Golomba, who brought this topic here, some of us have identified him as a staunch supporter of Dr. Akeke. And I am pointing to you people what Dr. Akeke has done that we find offensive. Dr. Akeke will write.
Stop.
Dr. Akeke will write.
I need to talk after this.
Yes. Dr. Akeke will write and point out in letters, in correspondences. No, my point is that when Golomba comes to castigate some Sabri people, that they are threatening him, or they are doing what to him, I'm linking it. I'm linking
Ignatius.
Can I conclude?
No, you will conclude. 1 second. Ignatius.
Yeah.
Ignatius.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Rightly, who is Popo Renault 4? Security check. Who is Popo Renault 4?
What is that? Is that a
I think that's an infiltrator. Kick them out. We'll not make them.
Popo Renault 4, if you're not talking, then you'll be kicked out, please. Now go where?
Popo Renault 4, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe the person on the screen.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it
Yes,
should
so,
be my phone.
Yeah, we cannot see.
That maybe I could have
We cannot see your face. You are in the. Just tell us who you are now.
No, I maybe that is my phone. Aku Dave.
Who are you?
I said it's Aku Dave.
Okay, Aku Dave.
Okay. Aku Dave, you are. Hang on. So Aku Dave, you are signed in as what?
I don't know. The thing went off and came back. I mean, I was already signed as my name, Aku Dave.
Yes.
But maybe I have come the second time without my name.
Okay, okay, that's fine. You are talking and I'm noticing that is you. Okay, now she's finished.
Now, so the point is that I am just trying to link what Mr. Goloba has said and the working of Nkuda as under Dr. Akoko Martin. So we as Sabi people, we must work as one. We know that the history of Ngwo has shown that a lot of people in Ngwo take advantage of us Sabi people. It is not by chance that we were made the first quarter of Ngwo, and we must be looked as such, and we will behave as such. And some of us, anybody, any person who wants to think that Sabri should not be there, Sabri people should not be given that due position as the first quarter of Ngwo, we will fight it. I will fight it. And okay. I want to tell my Sabri for that. That is what I have been doing.
Okay.
And
okay.
Okay.
I have not
It's not going to take the whole day, right?
Golov.
Yes.
With every due respect, can I suggest that because you have made your point and the president is taking down things, and again, we just give the chance to Ignatius to speak because he left and they called him. You started a matter, you made a point. I think you had the next following were exactly what we're talking about. Details came on it and the president concluded. But where I can say, I think the president made his comment after that. So I know probably when you say it now, another person will want to talk, but because you introduced and you spoke really hard about it, the next speakers after you spoke about the same thing and giving more details and showing how serious the matter is, with every due respect, can I suggest that you just hold yourself, please?
Neil Walters, I hear what you're saying, but I want to respond to one thing. Ignatius mentioned my name directly, that they have identified me, which means,
no, listen,
yes,
listen.
I need to respond to that.
No, he said, some people, he might be talking about you, but I think—
No, he called my name. He called my name. So I want to respond to that.
So I just want to say, Golov, I'm still insisting, please, I know what this may degenerate to.
No, I'll take 1 minute to clarify that.
I know, I mean that you may take 1 minute to clarify, and then we already understood your point from the onset. There was something they called Inas name, Tom's name, and so on. I just want to appeal to everybody.
Yeah, but
that you may take just 1 minute,
1 minute,
but then that 1 minute may cook up more than 1 hour, and we live in a way that will not solve the problem the way we want to. If you can hold yourself, like somebody is explaining, like somebody talks. This is the time to demonstrate that, please. If you respect I just
wanted, if I could get 1 minute and respond to that.
Okay, no, but I want to appeal again.
I will. It was just a direct attack, which I need to respond to it.
Okay. Well,
yes, with all due respect, I'm not attacking anybody, but I want to clarify certain things. With respect to that, that's all.
30 seconds.
Thank you. National just said they have identified his words in quote, God Lomba as a staunch supporter of Mr. Akoko, which means he's saying they've identified me as an enemy in the house. That's what he said. Let me tell one thing. Let me say one thing.
Mr. Golof, those are your words.
Let me say one thing. When
Those
you were
are
talking,
your words.
I stayed
Okay.
quiet.
Those are
So
your
when I
words.
talk, when I'm
Leonard.
talking, you
Okay.
stay quiet.
Leonard. Leonard.
Mr. Golof, those are your words.
Leonard.
Those
When
are
I'm
not
talking,
my words.
you stay
Doctor.
quiet. When you were talking, I stayed
I will
Can
quiet.
you
not
meet
stay quiet when you
everybody,
come and be
please?
talking nonsense.
Meet everybody.
This is where we lose track of everything.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So that's what I was foreseeing, and we just have to hold it this way. It's
So I
not,
have the floor.
Just wait, please. I just wanted to say that, you see, Joey wants to talk. Then Jema, I foresee this. Joey wants to talk. Definitely is on the same thing. And it will not be fair that I give you this second chance, you complete it. Somebody wants to talk, I don't give, then the third chance starts coming. So I've just said, New Kwangwe, the one who twabogi in different ways. Ngumane is you have that foresight as well, where it may go. And the way we are going to conclude from this meeting, which we have handled so much, we have held this meeting now for more than, it's getting more than 5 hours. We are not actually taking the fact that we can hold ourselves when we want peace, even though we are angry. I'm giving this one like a foresight and advice, which I'm saying like an elderly person. I might be wrong, but I think I'm seeing it in such a way that we could solve this in a different way. If you run from a fight, it's because you come back to fight. You come back prepared in a better way to handle this in a more mature way. So it's my advice. Anybody who would probably blame me that I'm not giving the chance, I will take it. I will take it. In a bond of Abek.
No, man, it's Akiada me ma Tilmuto, Mange, she will my being a Tilmuto. So don't my conclusion, rich Amagange. Marking the point. Also,
Nitom.
And I can then one sentence.
No,
let the moderator control the meeting.
One word. Kadma one word, Nitom Abek. Just take it.
Okay, you have concluded. I need to, anytime you stop, because you don't want to hear my voice.
No, Nitom, that is not. That's
Go
not
ahead. You are one of and I got H-men, or you are one of my H-men that I talk to you, I consult and do anything. But
Nitom,
you want to draw anything anyway, anybody want to see
we're arguing now.
Genesis.
Doctor, mute us, please. Doctor,
many
mute
people
us.
are.
Okay. Sometimes in Atiaga, leadership and husband, this is a very short term. I'm just moderating this meeting. I would also have people because I think I want to contribute in that piece when I foresee this would demand what if I get in between I would prefer that it happens like that. So let us leave it like this. So Golof, can I just appeal that it is very annoying.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Midway.
That's fine. Go ahead. Joey, I can take it. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you very much. Joey. Take it from me. Let's stop it. Let's not say anything. So, President, Nitom, I'm really sorry. So I'm going to do whatever I want to do and let this peace for
Okay, to
I'm going to labor to the so excuse me, guys.
People you're carrying the air and make noise. You don't know the genesis of things.
So
what about this meeting? But don't at any meeting, all time don't come
I'm watching you.
All right. So, President, I'm really sorry to stop people who are really eager to talk. They are talking from boiling water, and I know that the water can cool down. We still have to talk about this thing in a different way. So I give the floor to the President. President, you are mute. You are muted. President, you are mute. President, you are mute. Unmute yourself.
Well, it's a touching issue, and we say that it's sensitive. And then gonna bear respect and love, especially from the Sabri people to their press. We should reinforce that, and we should say that this aspect of love and brotherliness is something that all of us should tend towards that. We will not like was sably the amafwe wade they contribute. Zongo chimichimi to rubongo kembiani jukiso bondi. Inge wangozo grekidi jumunengu. Woneke woni soje boade iminana, baraye nguma soje bodinge. Whenever tina ye zoro de iminana na put approval, the person will reject it. Even a good suggestion, because the way you approach him. So managati in gona beino. So we what many it better get a friend easily. So better will show love and support one another. That's on a kugaki. So manager bonus subject. So give us a bin tuna ino. So gama genge so my ready is support magake. Ekede ongo de maga ngwa de magungwangwe. Kade ni narabu ngo de support ngo de sisa ngo chichi sa kunga kubo narabu. Kubo ga kingo hi shishingo chidingo aye njike. In that case, it is not going to be very, very, I mean, the love will not actually flow between us. So on this aspect, we will really appeal. Okay. So me zobwa, wungwa de boma lekwa, so zongo chimchim, to robongo, in our opinion, babongo, soporongo, advising and choncho. What the bongo mean the bongo prefer. Kema to leaderable. They should do it well. Then in my case, in Gona Bay, no, Kudano. Actually, Magake, even though to not Sereuno and Seregake, it's only for Shumbo, but one Kudame Buan and a Bengo. So, we give us Sabi. We talk about Sabina Bengo, so best Sabina Paro, a Bengo, and a capital bed. So she ke one pudano. Managa ke opinion ba ebwa mungo ne bwawe. So maki gabwa mungo. So nango kada you bo present. Then so sisa kideon imagine Bob people have very varied opinions. Very varied interpretations, and so forth. So, first of all, seeing the boy proper boy to make get if able. So, Nunzo now what you're gonna doctor no, you have the right to dialogue with your phone and make your suggestion to your phone. Same as President of the Government, you have the right to talk with him and dialogue with him and make your suggestions. Yes, so when you born okay, so when you go for me to Rasabi, it will be very difficult for us because they are very, very varied ideas, and about the on board, they really understand the genesis and the basis. It will mean that we will have to present everything, present and discuss. And so we know that, you gain to the SADECA. Mani kiri mekeke ko ga iwono na bengo maga or only asabde megrega. So now just my point of thinking. So monjo ga ke to hit someone mitri ye. And so that the gabon on monjo ke manjo ga ke so me dodo to body to kwa ga ke na SADECA to body be to me do gabon on the to chi we put a meeting and we'll discuss it. And then to get discussed when you move out when you find it.
Okay. I don't know whether I'm muted. Razango.
I'm just aware.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, President Goshi Gaitse Sote Gatsa Kefie. So President Sango Gapod, it's a Kefie non me nab. I did take it, it's an great respect. It's a just agree with Sereno. I think he wouldn't a wonderful proposal. Not as SADECA, so about Unge. I think I'm really very much in that line there, to take the matter and see it through the eye of the woman and not through the eye of SADECA. So na bengo ye to be honest, our boy Mangum work for other matters, but so more about 5.5 hours. Some bullet points may be that we may probably later on require, now in my record meeting, we may require that some of the bullet points as reminders of what we need to do, especially in 2 weeks, President Denge, people should remember what no decision, then we know the point of what to get president again for you. So that was one of the major things I can remember. Them and who know president at the end now. Women are Gandhi just because so now at the point of closing remarks. And now going to get to Gary and Mark, just everybody on behalf of myself, everybody one and the for the assistant bring that to moderate this meeting. It's not been easy. And if I've fallen out with anybody in this meeting, I would accept it because I know why it is happening. It's not that we hate each other, it's because of what we are doing to see that we move Sabri ahead. So my Brangon, so deeply from the bottom of my heart, in a contribution, but you quite Denge, and for assisting me to go through this uphill task. And I'm sure that anything which has happened here, we have talked about here, is because we're talking inside the house. Come out closing the Mago, so Mangon, the full president, in Jitso, only closing remarks, unless we can never president, only closing remark.
Okay, the workers, Metsarango, Mango, Mule, Mitri, Congo, so Berango, Mango.
Okay, Olaf, thank you.
Mingabana cake, Mr. Moderator, would tell in the closing remarks.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very important thing with Gange. Nokumbo, would I beg, Nabon to Gano, would a measure to analyze what has happened this meeting, the way this meeting has gone until the way it has ended. We just want to get a feedback and advice, if possible, on how you think we have done in this meeting. What could we improve? And how do we do it better next time? When let's get it on the meeting, what have we done well? What have we failed in? How can we improve? Anybody whom you are inspired, concentrate, anybody, just take a big picture of the meeting and talk to us. Maybe somebody who has been quiet and listening.
No, I want to take that role. I have not been quiet. I have been listening.
have been speaking.
Now, when I say quiet, I mean somebody who has probably been taken down, watching and following what has been happening.
Yeah.
What have we done well? What could we have done better? And how should we behave next time or carry on next time? Anybody?
I think that I would like to tell the SADECans who are present in this meeting that we did great. At one time, we had some people flaring up, but in the totality of how we have been having meetings, we have done a great job, but we still need to improve on the aspect whereby members should only speak when their hands are raised up and they are called to speak. And if the moderator says that Ignatius or Mr. Tom, just hold on, let us not discuss this thing, or Mr. Mbangolo, hold on, let us not discuss this thing. I think that let us keep and let us not discuss it. Let us just hold and listen to what the moderator is saying, because he's the moderator of the meeting, and we should always try to make the moderator feel at ease in the meeting. And Mr. Moderator, I don't think you need to feel any guilty.
No.
You have been doing. You have done extremely well. You have moderated the meeting very well, and congratulate you, and also congratulate the president. In all and all, SADB must go on, as Mr. Golomba has said. They will quarrel, we will fight, but we will make progress and to move on. That is how the SADB man is. We just have to accept that, and we be our SADB people. Thank everybody for coming to the meeting, and I'm not concluding, but Mr. Moderator, I think that is how I see the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just crave the indulgence of our treasurer, Mr. Ntembe Amai? What would you say, please? On mute. Anybody to on Mr. Amai Ntembe? Are you there? Okay, while we're waiting, maybe he still has to unmute himself. Let's get Ayid Imam Mane Gawad or Ega. We give chance to Gawad. We have.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
I've unmuted myself.
Okay, thank you.
So, were you saying something?
No, I was just saying that I want to crave the indulgence to give us something like a feedback on what you have seen, the way this meeting has gone. What have we done well? What will we do better? And how do we improve next time?
Well, I can rate this meeting at say 80% successful. If I have to consider who the SADB man is, I expected more arguments than we have had, and I see it as a positive sign. We are maturing. The SADB man is very, very argumentative, and I think that he does so because he's very, very interested in development. So people have spoken their mind clearly and constructively. And I think that it is good to be frank. It is good to be frank, and nobody should take this frankness as some kind of hatred. It's a way of contributing. And I'm very glad that the president was up to the task. He has answered the questions the way he should do, or the way he should have done. And you, the moderator, you were simply wonderful. I think that people should not refuse to participate fully in the development because it may be their own ideas were not bought. We should be democratic and we should work very hard. I want to advise Sabri people that we should do more action than talking. Sometimes we talk a little bit too much, but I said it was not the case this time. This time we have been constructive, we have been serious, and I am very happy the way the meeting turned out. In future, as somebody mentioned earlier, once the moderator stops you from talking, there is no point insisting because he is there for that. And when you see that majority of the people don't buy your idea, there's no point in insisting. Don't keep harping on the same point because in meetings like this, some ideas will be bought and others will not be bought. So it was a very highly successful meeting. And I think that next time, the Sabri women too should be more visible. I think that I noticed only the presence of, I think 1 or 2 female voices. And one of the things that makes meeting very successful is when we involve our women folk. They too can contribute and they too can also help bring about the discipline. They bring about discipline in our discussions. So I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to say these few words. I'm not very, very good in health. And that is why you've seen that all this while I've been quiet. From time to time, I had to dodge, eat something in order to take my drugs and things like that. So it's a very highly successful meeting. And I think next time we'll do better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the power of the Almighty, how you regain your health as best as we all would like. The touch of a woman is always very necessary, sometimes, especially in situations like this. And I know that we have at least 3 women here now. Who the Jungo about the 3 or 4. Meza abunga abla leno Karo Edith. Then this other one, I think, is 5 different years. Even though we are very far. Who the Jungo live what hip? Egam Barambara Fandano. We clear from the Toba. Abla Len go live what Ega. Egam Barambara Fandano. Are you with us? Okay. Maybe.
More for making a car.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Then Caro, Ablako. Gwani on mira Ablako. You got what it.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, yes, good.
Kaya no mga kizubom raga bo.
E gambambrong mani gapando no gapungu meeting and jirinning when gapaye in the advice way. Next time if betanging when gapaye.
We meet rani jiran choncho. Abwa imbia bod imbia wakida chunaga kwe. Ete burungwa neba kwata. Esa gaga mwatwatwa egaga nwa gwemono. Egaga mwa nabo mwa ngwemburono. Eshi kirega kwa bubiombo mwa benge. Abubia diga kumbona duongo. Ukwangi kire wono ko wono wa gaga twatwa ndo wa lende ne ngwe teno kengade ango kuma glincho gweye saz kengo ngudu okango ko bu gosa bumu wowe meno wa ga no be ko bumu yinwo kwangu njitsa ngoma wa sabrino wa bumu enwa rele ne body asabri he kide aga ye bo wa gange kengo ngudu okango ke bumu ye yan na lukorobi ko me ne ya ko megre ne gora sabri. So a boy no extend while song do young grandma flunge. And one flow naturally. Some brote, embro, in jitso. In be a ye, be a leg wayable. In a bobby to grandma bengably near imperial guy number one ganable. It can near hit a young war between indrongable, brain be hit morning and be a grand and be back kidding was so. So to one each a fashion ye what. And what got the truth. A gang one abong what tawani, a bob yegra was zonge was itchunge, a bange wa kirga queer beboy tawani. That's a gak with bob you beat and what game ango natrange. The kidga could board on one and one junction to don't go to children what to don't want the truth. Then go to my tongue, gakwitana to my tongue. So then they're in double. Shindobo mutama, they have double mutawan to shab ben way and get them. It do get and game all over. But the shumali, a bobo no nang and chonchobo. A bear and gay as egranwangan wa gebe. It will make me gown more observing negro sabrino.
Okay. Better neta you pack. I be me tinga would American religion like Gabade in the next 10 seconds. Commission what they gam tinga. Great God president, we're going to go like closing remark. Okay. So you know the kids and women rangosh mubanga got a gaba you come remark gam. So President, over to you closing remark.
Okay. Okay, Clara, Baron moderator. Meeting na naraga wuwana moderator kini agenda. Grema kini a participant choncho. Mwejuke moderator. What trying choncho a control meeting. Amaga ki rimang ga ki meeting na ngo ga ki moderator ne fa for a month choncho. Ngo be make it be we may host meeting because it takes some time and maybe some small resources. He host meeting, you know. He give it charge la de SADECA. Dr. Leona who accepted to host the meeting. So he Sarabwa. He will not to it Sarabwa. Kabwa. Sometimes Abwa the cost Abwa the two no, it will trigger some reflections. Some reflections. Then link it to sometimes we have to redefine a few things. We have to fine tune a few things. Actually, that is the essence of having meetings. Ma junketo game meeting no bingo kiri for constitution. But I was surprised that unfortunately I can mention what in this general meeting. It is not inscribed in our constitution. We don't have any statutory general meeting. But more okay, so and those apply constitution, so amend it. I think it is one point that we will specify. And those we get a that general meeting now. And was now good suggestion as a body to say, how do we determine the quorum? I think I guess when you meet in Maliki meet ball keka be kwa participate. It is this method that we can use. And this method, people sign it voluntarily and also when they have time. So, okay, I want my suggestion is, it's also something that we will reflect on. And then to get her kid, I to my encourage Boma participate. I to my meeting, Bokeke ma participate. But that notwithstanding, so when they got some she got to one more she fue. A gram meet a certain number, we may never do anything. So we will try to strike a balance. We'll try as much as possible to make many more people participate. And of course, so many sheep work for it. So Kwango really is suspendable to Bobby Mininge, Evango represent Sabri, and the board to Mango Sere, get a friend Gombe. A Wakakon, the guy gets only Liabome projects and a project like Kika. Managagake, so we will not relent. Nibuatoi Berekit Wango for it. So always encourage Bago Pagake. Into it contribute. Everybody should make an effort and do it well. Because Wama Kiranwa a patera matere in a tebe, ga age gabwa. So I want to again share a development agenda. Bono. Escona traga I want the assignment gango is a coordinate. We will try to coordinate within the time frame that has been given. So some many projects ongoing is of Nimitri discourse and so on. So, Gerango Ketans Nimitrancho, and now Bohi already here the remarks. I'm going to meeting. We can only promise that next meeting will track it much better than this one. We're going to track it. It will new meeting. The participation should be much more than what we have today. We'll try reaching people individually and otherwise. So I want to get Hibergake projects I'm going to embark on. It will take us about 2 weeks to come to a conclusion on what we will do. So the assignment will ask people who talk about electricity if they can really give us some formal information that, and looking at our resources, our capability. And also, if they judge it that it is not feasible, they can also bring that conclusion to the forum. If they see it's feasible, they can suggest our method, how we should tackle it. And they suggest it so that we get new, then they come to a conclusion. So on that note, once more, very bagupa. Someone choncho, bagupa, someone choncho. Take care of your health because so they know my favorite type of your hair, most of them are almost gone. And so we're getting handing over on the generation that is following us, Bobo. So let's try and do the part that we can do. But Bobo Nunge, in my fair, near Brinate, so I fake a type of a and the kina bench on. So these are our 10. We should not let them down. So me berango, so hakiri, yes, I will kirike, and Jizem Nani mitri, and which has the breath, so was summer. Me berango.
Okay. Then about would got very serious Lanova ma appeal kung go junto now to sagat more. So in a few minutes, what the case and about was saying from little from Broga close meeting. So Brodongo, and broke me finger. So that water, somebody has suggested that we should really talk water, which to me I think is very, very important. Okay. So should we start saying good night to those who are in the night regions?
I think so. It's already late for us this way.
Yes, actually. Meeting was not issue about 5 hours, 45 minutes, almost 6 hours. Especially it's about the
That was wonderful for the meeting. It was really
getting to almost 6 hours.
It was a very good meeting.
And maybe in Debo.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So Shinge now.
Yeah, to
Okay.
Shinge.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good night, everyone.